Hi everyone, good evening, good to see you guys. I hope you're all doing well, and I hope you're all ready for the ending of Rebecca's chapter. We're close to the end of her chapter. We have...
Good evening, Twiggie and chat.
Good evening, thank you for the bit, Spears. I believe what we did before we ended was we called the professor because she wants answers. And I have a feeling that that's gonna be like these things, and then there's something. I'm not sure if this is gonna be a choice, or if this is gonna be something, if you did this previously, then you end up here, or if you did something else previously, you end up here. But either way, she has 3 different endings, it seems. 3 different endings. So alive, dead, something else? I don't know! Hi everyone! School tomorrow, I'm waking up at 6 a.m. after 3 hours of sleep is not my favorite. I don't know what that's like. I do hope you get to sleep tonight, mister. No pineapples, no. Could be possessed, we don't know. Could be anything, really. So she went to bed, and now we're on October 30th, which is the latest we've ever been. We've been here once before, and that was when, that was the ending of Zach's chapter. Alive, dead, kidnapped by aliens? I'm not ruling it out. Why am I not allowed to see anyone type? Try refreshing the page, it usually helps. For any bugs on Twitch, it usually helps to just refresh. Okay. Professor Andrew Clark has agreed to meet with me 2 days later, in front of Luxborn's public library. Oh, right, we were in the library once before, and we were like, yep, there's gonna be a scare right here. And it never came. He has other commitments, but being a longtime family friend has its perks. I have my parents' connections to thank for that. Hi, Saima. Of course, I'm not the sort to impose them in often, but the situation is, well, it's not entirely bad, although it does require calling in a few favors from friends like him. Without his signature, I won't be able to gain access to the library's restricted section. Yeah, restricted section? We're 100% gonna be a ghost scare. Hi G, miss pizza so much I'm seeing pizza all over Twiggie's shirt. Yeah, that's, you're imagining that. Get some pizza. It's a sign. You need pizza. Everyone needs pizza. If I want to get more in-depth information on the Ermengarde mansion, that is. Not simply what they choose to show to the general public. As much as I hate to admit it, there's always something people censor, and whatever it is, I won't ever find it in the general section. There have been a lot of, like, Harry Potter references, and the restricted section, I feel, is another throwback. It has to be what they're keeping here, beyond the public eye. The thought of that alone makes me antsy. Thankfully, I don't have to brood over it. The wait for the professor doesn't last long. He never did enjoy making people wait. Likewise, he dislikes people who are tardy. He arrives 5 minutes after I do, greeting me with that kind of smile and casual wave of his hand. I haven't seen him in so long, but it appears he hasn't changed much. His familiar presence alone is enough for a fond smile to spread across my face. I've never seen one in real life, right? I haven't either, so it's the thing that only exists in Harry Potter naturally.
Professor Andrew.
Rebecca, didn't I say long ago you can drop the professor?
You know I can't possibly do that. Even if I can, it feels disrespectful to call you by your name alone.
Both you and Ashton never listen to this old man. Kids these days.
All right. But just for today, since you're doing me a huge favor, Andrew.
I guess you simply can't have it all, even at this old age.
Yeah, pure blood. Everyone could see your messages, it's just not appearing on your side. I don't really know. There's a Twitch thing. It's not something that anyone here can do anything about, unfortunately. Ordered pizza. It was half raw and you ate it anyway? Okay, I'm sorry that you had a shitty experience with pizza, but you could cook it, finish cooking it. I've done that a couple of times, not because it's been raw. I've never gotten like half raw pizza from a pizza place, but sometimes I just want it a little more cooked than what they provide. But that sounds really bad. I'm sorry.
But pleasantries aren't what we're here for, yes? You mentioned you needed a permit.
Yes, sir, if that's okay with you.
More than fine. Anything in pursuit of knowledge, as they say.
He hands me the permit without further prompting. And just like he promised, he's also written a recommendation after his signature. It's more than enough to get me those files. I mutter a small thanks before slipping it into my pocket. Although when I look back up, his brows are furrowed, the very face of curiosity. Not surprising, considering how vague I've been during the little talk over the phone. Right there and then, I've decided to tell him if he ever asks. Maybe not all of it, but stuff he needs to know. It's the least I can do to thank him. As expected, true to his inquisitive nature, he asks.
If you don't mind, though.
This guy's voice, I'm already falling asleep in class.
I know you've always been an eager learner, but may I know what in the restricted section that piqued your curiosity?
It's the God Mansion, sir.
He's quick to raise an eyebrow at that, and for a while, I fear he'll take the slip of paper back. Is there something in what I said?
The ones they have out in the general isn't enough?
I'm very interested, because we didn't see the professor back when we played as Isabella. I wonder if we had. I wonder how different this whole encounter would be, because if we had done that, he would already know about the ghost, right? Topic quest only got harder and was still soft in the middle. Aw, I'm sorry. Yeah, Hope. Yeah, it's the same professor. He opened the door into a storage area that no one had thought about or used for ages. It was filled with thousands of porn magazines. Ugh. He would know about the ghost, or he could be dead. True. Depending on whether or not they actually took him to the mansion. Because with the priest, it made sense that they went to the mansion because they were blessing the house. But with the professor, they could very well have just like been in his office and found information about it. I don't know.
I'm, hoping for a more in-depth read, sir.
Yes, Simon, please. I would love to see that.
More about the history and the people who once lived there. The general section doesn't have anything much on that.
Oh, I see. Well, you certainly aren't the first one to be enamored with that place. It doesn't shock me. The architecture is admirable, and the urban legends are something to talk about.
I think enamored might be a little too much to describe our interest in it, but I have to agree. The mansion is beautiful, even with the renovations. They kept the stained glass windows, too. They are magnificent.
Oh, you've seen it.
I was there for a few hours to attend a housewarming party. The invitation was for my parents, but they couldn't make it.
This is the dullest conversation.
My mum used to work as a private tutor for the Evans.
I'm sorry.
Hannah Wright?
Ah, I know of her. Her husband, too. Who doesn't?
Yeah, her husband too. What a douche.
Luxborn's most popular couple.
He does not like them. Holy shit. Something falls behind his eyes, and a warmth in them suddenly gone. Like he's reliving a painful, distant memory and seeing it play right in front of him. Hi, Akalia. Good evening. It disappears almost as soon as it surfaces, but that look has unsettled something in me.
Is something the matter?
Nothing much. But you know, you're already like a daughter to me. So if you could, do be careful with the friends you make.
Is this about the rights, sir?
Just a friendly advice from an old man. Don't think much about it.
Okay, so we have the professor warning us about the rights, and we have Ash who is constantly warning us about the rights.
Anyway, I have to leave now. Can't miss my weekly serving of bear claws. Say hi to your parents at the detective inspector for me, will you? I wish you luck with all that research.
I will. Thanks for this, Andrew.
Andrew gives my shoulder a light squeeze. The gesture a younger me always appreciated, and quickly crosses the street after. Oh my god, Simon, you're right. He actually looks like you a little bit in like 30 years. 100%. Stop with that creepy smile? No. It's fun because that's exactly how his face looks. That's the expression they've been doing, and it's so ridiculous. I watch him until he disappears behind the door to a cafe, until the doubt swimming inside my head finds a moment to rest. Whatever his business is with the rights isn't anything I should concern myself about. But somehow, in the grand scheme of things now, all of it feels oddly relevant. The how, though, I've yet to find out. And I'm hoping the library will give me the answers I want this time. On a gloomy Sunday morning, the library is especially empty. The second floor in particular. I've always considered this place to be a sanctuary, a respite away from the hubbub of the city. As a child, I grew up reading books here, spending hours here to no end, poring over pages, living out fantasies in my head until my parents called me home. Now, it feels nothing like it. The silence is smothering, suffocating, even with how clean they've kept the microfiche or microfiche? What does that even mean? How the entire small of it lacks a speck of dust or clutter. Breathing is a struggle for air. Not far into my stay, I begin to long for the noise outside. And perhaps as a way to calm the unease, I start to hum a tune. That was bowling alley? I can kind of see that. Elaine's like over here. I've never heard that word before. It's so strange. Imagine that. Why, of all things, it has to be that silly nursery rhyme, I'm not an inkling. It does its job, however. It fills the lull with something far less awkward, far less deafening, and that is enough for a distraction. I have business here. No time for silly daydreams, only important work to attend to. Even if there's a possibility of being fruitless by some means, it feels like I have to do it. If not for me, then for the people who has been affected by this. What do we even call this? A haunting? A Halloween prank gone wrong? A curse? If Isabella was here, what would she say? Will she panic? Will she be angry I only listen to her now? It all stems from that one moment in the movie house, doesn't it? We could have avoided this had we only taken our warnings to heart. One stupid mistake is all it took to send our normal lives back on a downward spiral. Frankly, I'm no longer sure if I'm angry at myself for it, or at the universe for throwing us into this mess. But we can only make do with what little we have, and that's exactly what I'm doing. Going here might not be the best decision. Right decision, but it's a start.
A good start.
Game trying to be fancy. Yeah, we have this theory that, that they've just been using, like, thesauruses to translate all the words to make it sound better, because it's not an English company who made this. Yeah, Becca has seen the ghost a couple of times, so she believes Isabella now. It doesn't take much time for me to find what I need. A microfiche of old newspapers, long kept in special storage cabinets at the far end of the restricted section. The year is 1620s and beyond. Before the city of Luxborn even exists in records, when the mansion has just been built, and Anslem is nothing more but a small, sleepy hamlet near a river. A lot of pieces are missing. Days, sometimes several consecutive weeks without any record remains. Often, it goes on for years. Troublesome. But as it is, I'm lucky enough to find anything at all considering how far I'm looking back. Can't be picky now. Can't waste time mulling over what record keepers of the old could have done to make this a breeze for me.
I can still work with this.
The faint whir of the microfiche machine keeps me company as I go over each slide, each image, hoping for something that goes beyond what the local lore knows. There are snippets, little mentions of the family that once settled in the house here and there. It's serious business. Sorry, I'll stop giggling at the word. I'm glad that's not a thing I have to do, I'll be honest. The usual singing of praises for the couple who helped brought up what was once a tiny settlement into a buzzing town. Also, I love this music in the background. It really sets the mood. Nothing substantial, nothing I didn't know before. It continues on like this for a good while, until I come by the years after their deaths. The people of Anslem might have loved Lord William and Lady Elizabeth Ermengarde, mourned their passing, held them in high esteem in the years after. But it was their daughter that was remembered fondly by the townspeople. If her parents built this town, Lady Charlotte was the one who made it prosper. Remarkable, considering it was a period of recovery from a bout of plague that killed half the town's population, including her parents. What's surprising, though? Apparently, her time also marked more than a superficial changes to the place. Thanks, Akalia. She moved things, changed laws, altered old customs and traditions. If they were done on a woman's whimsy, it doesn't say, but she seems capable enough for more than that. The gist of it is, the town she rebuilt, it's what eventually grew to become Luxbourne City, while the nearby Anselm village remained what it was, a relic of the old. A frown swiftly forms in my face.
So, why is there a need to hide this?
One by one, I try to recall every lesson I've gone through, every book, paper, and journal I've read. None of those ever mentioned this. It's always the lord and the lady of the house, their endearing child, always an afterthought to those anecdotes. The one who always took her life in the end. Never someone who restored a town from the brink of collapse, or brought new ideas to it. Is it because she's a woman?
That pisses me off.
Granted, not everything is sunshine and rainbows. Not all aspects of her can be considered admirable. But this is history. Some parts are bound to naturally delve into unpleasant territory, whether I like it or not. Witch hunts, for example, became common near the end of her life, which would have been completely unremarkable and might have gone to become a mere footnote in history if it didn't involve Lady Charlotte and the very slaves she saved. It caused quite a stir, enough to leave almost a week's worth of clippings. The girl was eventually burned, condemned by an entire town, at the word of Lady Charlotte alone. But this doesn't really have anything to do with the curse, does it? Unless the witch that was burned is the ghost? Right? I mean, this is the only... I think this is the only picture we have to go off of. But... that could very well be it. Unless that woman following us and this slave are the same person. It could be too simple. But right now, it's sort of the best lead we have, right? A tale of revenge? How cliché. However, with the lack of accurate photographs, it's impossible to tell. Maybe if I squint, the illustration would start resembling her. But in my field, it doesn't work that way. It shouldn't work that way. I'll be the laughingstock of the community.
This isn't going anywhere.
Mentally exhausted, I take a careful step back from the screen, pressing a palm to my tired eyes. And this is when it happens. The lack of ample light in this area doesn't help. A headache already threatens to form at the back of my head. Yet I'm nowhere near figuring this thing out. This is simply too much to take in all at once.
I should have asked for someone's help.
Now I'm at a dead end. I start gathering everything around me and placing them back in their respective envelopes for storage. The motion's no longer new after volunteering here a number of times. I didn't make much mess anyway, considering the lack of materials available to begin with. I'll have to look somewhere else. The where remains unknown though. But just as I'm about to slip the last slides in, something catches my attention. My hand pauses, the microfiche halfway through its protective sleeve. This is one of the few I've set aside without taking a careful look at it. It seems like a gossip column at first glance, but upon closer look... I slide it back to the reader, gently turning the dials in search of the page. It takes some time, but once the image becomes clear... Ooh. Okay, tell me that doesn't look like Luke and Hannah. Welcome back, Simon. Rebecca is looking through super old stuff, and it turns out the original owners of the mansion had a slave, or the daughter had a... She freed this slave, who was burnt for being a witch, and based on, like, the really old, unclear pictures that we have of her, she kind of looks a little like the ghost. They must have had this drawing commissioned for this announcement. I don't doubt it. The details are far more intricate, their likeness likely closer to how they might have appeared at the time. They're both recognizable this way, closer to those paintings I've seen in the mansion. However, it's the man standing beside her, Edward Godfrey, according to the article that catch my attention previously. Her first cousin, and eventually her fiancé. Maybe it's the posture, the manner in which he holds himself. Or maybe it's the shape of his eyes, though I can't be too certain about that until I've gotten a better reference. Nevertheless, there is a resemblance. He looks eerily like... My head snaps up, glowering at whoever's running in the floor above. Any day, I'd march upstairs and reprimand whoever it is.
This is a library, for heaven's sake.
But now isn't the time. I've gotten what I need. Without wasting another minute, I hit the machine's print button for a copy of the page, while my other hand moves to put everything back into storage. A ragged exhale slips from me. Relief, maybe. Or maybe this is already exhaustion. Regardless, soon I'm closing my eyes as I wait for the printer to finish, if only to stave off a headache building up from everything. Sometime, I've even began humming the same song again, for comfort. Despite my doubts about this, despite all the tension in my shoulders, also, that is the same nursery rhyme that Kylie has been singing. Just thought I'd put that out there. This may be a small find, but at least I can start somewhere. We can start somewhere. There's a way out of this. I know it. The printer sputters to a halt. However, its sound isn't what makes me snap my eyes open. A feeling. A chilly brush of air behind my back. Brief enough for something sickening to suddenly lodge itself in my throat while I take in my surroundings. It's that suffocating sensation again. Creeping to every part of me, crawling under my skin, draining me little by little of any strength. From that day in a mansion, from that brief moment at the school, without delay, I grab the papers and make a quick beeline for the door. My whole body freezes.
What are you doing, Miss Pink?
Oh boy. I hold my breath, not daring to make any noise. For a little while, only the sound of papers crumpling under my grasp filled the room. The excitement from earlier gone instantly, replaced by a cold, seeping dread spreading throughout my limbs. But more than fear is the anger. It pains me to hear her using my own student's voice against me, and more than once I believed it was really her. She has no right.
Why don't you play with me?
Although she hasn't made a move, if there isn't a wall behind me, I'll probably take a step back. Anything to put a distance between us, no matter how small, as long as I'm out of her reach. But I steel myself, because if I do fall back, turn away from her, I'll be left with no way out. I am not dying here.
You think you scam me?
Oh no.
Miss Pink, don't be so rude. I'm waiting.
I'm not afraid of you, you spook! This is one Scotswoman you aren't getting into an early grave without a fight! Come at me!
I expected she'll lunge, prove to me what a monster she is. Instead, all she gives me is a smile, twisted and gnarled. It's as if time has crawled to a stop at the sight of it. A split-second decision, and before I know it, my body shifts. Eyes closing in anticipation, hand grabbing whatever's solid enough on the nearby table and hurling it at her. I don't bother looking if whatever I threw hit its marks. I run, as fast as my legs can carry me, despite my heart threatening to burst out of my chest, but in the maze of bookshelves with the whole place almost void of people. Oh no! Oh no! And this is gonna be... This choice is gonna determine if she dies or not. I'm not gonna reload. I'm just saving just because. I think upstairs. No! What if the sound we heard upstairs was her? Yeah, what if the footsteps we heard upstairs were from the ghost? Oh, I don't know. What if the footsteps were Ash or something? Good point. My first instinct was upstairs. You can't leave this building by going up? Good point! Oh my god, I'm so nervous about this. But I'm going with my first instinct. There are people upstairs, aren't there? Also, it's so loud. The weekend staff or some volunteer? There should be. Even if it's a Sunday and I'm only here on a special permit, there should be at least one other person manning this place. I heard them a while ago. Of course, I couldn't possibly tell them about this. They won't believe me in the same manner we didn't buy Isabella's stories until it's too late. But I can easily come up with excuses. For now, what's important is I don't end up trapped alone with her.
Safety in numbers, as they say.
Hi, Nippy. There's no hesitation in my steps as I race upstairs, ears straining for any signs or sounds of the woman appearing, jumping at me again at any second. I can still hear her behind me, the grinding of bones, her whispers as she keeps calling me back. Although it's at a distance, I don't slow my pace. Library rules be damned. Because no matter how much I pretend to be brave, the level-headed one, or the tough one, this terrifies me. This scares me more than anything. This isn't how I plan to die. Oh no. But when I get to the 3rd floor... No! Fuck! Only silence welcomes me, and an emptiness that stretches far too wide, spanning the entirety of the floor for it to be reassuring. And just behind me, somewhere at the foot of the stairs. Okay, I think Rebecca dies, guys. Panic rises up in my throat. No other way now but up. So I bolt, desperation kicking in without warning. I take 2 steps at a time, tripping clumsily over some of it as in my last-ditch attempt to escape. But I know. At the back of my mind, I know. I know all of this is futile. With every football, every footfall. There are no footballs. We don't do football here. With every footfall, with every ragged breath, with every pounding of my heart, it gets hammered to my mind. And it only becomes clearer to me once the door at the end opens, revealing the vast expanse of Luxborn's early morning skyline, and with her treading at my heels, blocking my only way out. Except the one that greets me isn't who I'm expecting. She's calling Ash! That's Ash's picture on her phone. Does she see? Okay. Is one of her endings that she jumps from the roof? Oh boy.
Hannah?
Oh, Becky, sweetie.
Oh,
why would you ever run away from me?
The medallion. The fucking medallion. What would happen right now if we had gotten a different ending with Hana where she wasn't possessed?
The trek up here must be exhausting, isn't it? You poor, poor darling.
The voice is the same, even the looks. Yet nothing about this Hana screams of the Hana I know. She exudes none of the sweetness or cordiality she always has with her, even when faced with people she barely know. Something tells me Saima did not have this happening to her. Which is great. If I have not seen what I've seen, heard what I've heard this past week, I'll very likely brush this jarring disconnect to the odd weather. However, something's off with her, and my mind is screaming the space between us is best kept for now.
Why don't you come here, sweetie? Downstairs with me.
Also, that picture right there is the creepiest fucking thing.
I can't.
Oh, why ever not?
Please, Hannah. Just leave.
Don't be such a spoil sport, honey. Don't you want to catch up? It's been years since we've seen each other, hasn't it? Don't you miss big sister Hannah?
Maybe some other time, Hannah. I'm here on important business.
Important business, she says. Little Becky all grown up. Now she's learning to meddle. Tell me, darling, what did the curious
Oh my
girl
God.
find out?
I don't think that's any of your business.
I highly doubt that they're actually related, but she's referring to the fact that they spent some time together when they were kids.
Oh, believe me, it is. It is now. Especially if it involves my darling prince.
She laughs, her features contorting into something horrid, closer to grotesque. A twisted little thing completely removed from the person I met not a day ago. This isn't Hana. She's gone, and this little fact causes me to take a wary step back. Since when? She appeared okay in the housewarming party. And as annoying as and overbearing I find her husband is, I feel sorry for that ballhide. He might be an asshole, but he doesn't deserve this. Hana doesn't deserve this.
What's wrong, Becky? You look like you've seen a ghost. All I'm asking is what brought you here at this hour. Of course, if you didn't do anything wrong, we wouldn't be having this problem, yes.
Stay away from me!
A useless plea. Does she even understand a word I say? Can she even? Is she still human in the first place? Somehow I doubt it. Because no human being will ever do this.
You and your friends have become such a nuisance to our lives. So do me a favor, sweetie, and come with me. I promise it'll be worth your while.
Simply imagining what she's capable of doing to us. I never want to give her that chance.
I'm telling you to back off!
How rude. I'm sure Mumsy Gales wouldn't be happy about that. Please be a good girl now.
Her gait is slow as she walks forward, but with every inch she draws nearer. Even as I pull away to take back whatever distance I can between us, the smile on her merely grows wider. A mocking gesture. For me. Mumsy Gales is Rebecca's mom. She's gonna fall by accident, yeah. In one way or another, she's gonna fall, and since they have been talking about the ghost and everything, they're gonna assume it was suicide. She may be less of a human now, but I'm pretty sure she's fully aware she's got me cornered. She wouldn't even bother making it here if she isn't. But I can't look away. I can't bring myself to, even as the heel of my shoe eventually hits the edge. End of the line. Trapped. Alone. So this is how it ends, huh? Quietly and without fanfare. Surrounded not by a warm breeze, but a chilly morning air. No soft footfalls on an empty hallway, but the din of the early morning traffic below. No warm afternoon light. Nothing but the cold, pungent smell of death. All underneath a dreary morning sky. How fitting. Yet, amidst it all, there's a single voice I want to hear. She's calling Ash! If only for the last time. He's not gonna pick up.
Becca?
Oh, we did. Oh, thank God.
Hey, did
Oh.
I wake you up?
Oh.
No, I left you a voicemail, so I thought, where are you?
The one I grew up with. Who always got grades better than I did without even trying. Whose silly antics I had to put up with all these years. Who stood by me even when things got tougher. That one person who's been a constant in my life.
Ash, do you remember that one time
The... what?
back in secondary? We joined a contest back then, didn't we?
No.
What? You looked really pretty. I think I still have that picture somewhere.
Burn it. We're not talking about that again. You promised.
Oh.
Seriously, what brought this on?
Nothing. It's just the first thing I remembered.
So weird. Despite everything, my lips curl up in a smile. Faint, a sad little thing on its own, given the situation. Because even at the very end, I know I have this. The casual talk, the friendly banter, talking like how we always would as children. Hi, Botap, good evening. If only I haven't been too selfish. If only I haven't taken all of this for granted in favor of my feelings. Then perhaps I wouldn't be regretting anything now.
You're being weird today, Becca. Whatever. Listen, I need you to go home right away. I'm at Salem Well right now, and
Is something wrong with Isabella? I wish time would simply stop for us. There are still a lot of things I want to say. Things I never bothered saying out loud. Things I should have said a long time ago to someone who has always been by my side. But in this moment, there's only one.
Thanks, Ash.
hold on. Did I do something?
For everything.
Oh, come on!
Rebecca, what?
I'm so glad to have known you.
Wait, what are you? God damn it, Rebecca, where are you?
A soft click. And I'm closing my eyes. There's a rush of air. The sound of the world dimming around me. Like a song coming to its inevitable end.
London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady.
Memory fragment! Okay, so this is clearly old-time Hana and Luke, and this is the slave? What the fuck? Here's the thing, Akalia. I have found more memory fragments before, and I haven't said anything because I was afraid that would be spoilerish. But when I went and 100%ed the first 2 chapters, I found memory fragments when they died. And that's the only way I've found to unlock them. So I've seen 2 other memory fragments. Damn. So now we're Ash. Wait. What day was this? Oh god. 28th? What, really? We start on the 28th? With him? That's so strange. So we start on the day of the party. Huh. Also, Saima! This happened to you too? Okay, I thought you'd oversee and I went upstairs. Okay, okay, good. Good. We reloaded? How could you? Head upstairs. Ah. If we went downstairs, there was only one ending for that. That's probably alive, don't you think? Also, what story update was here? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, Hana possessed, of course, of course. Hi, Eric. Good evening. Yeah. All right, we're Ashton now. We're gonna read his profile. He's shorter than I am. Sorry. Bachelor's degree in forensic science. Likes taiyaki ice cream. Shirley. Ophelia. Old-timey action movies and thrillers, kart racing, jazz and swing, Sherlock Holmes, and justice. Anytime we get the others' reactions to Becca, God, I cannot. I don't want to. I want to skip that. There was little love between his parents, and though he grew up privileged, he found little joy in student life. He saw the standard testing system as a chore and considers the popularity among his peers to be an annoyance. Rebecca was the only one he considered a friend in St. Goretti. and he was no better when he went into university. If anything, his indifferent outlook got worse with his parents' divorce. He initially took law, but was quickly disillusioned by how heavy-handed and abused the system was. Forensic science, on the other hand, became fascinating for him. He served a brief time as a police officer before he applied to join Luxborn Criminal Investigation Department. Early on, he was too eager to deal out justice, but his numerous years in the service became quite the learning experience for him. Hi, Nikrana, good evening. She fell from the roof of the library because she got trapped by Hana as a ghost. Oh boy! Sorry. You know how Rebecca's chapter was pretty long? This is the scroll wheel. That red thing is the scroll wheel for Rebecca's chapter. Here's the scroll wheel for Ashton's chapter. Now we're about halfway.
I gotta say, I'm starting to love these oh boy s of yours.
Holy shit! This is gonna take a while. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, these can't be right. All of these can't be different endings. No, it's not. Or it could be. Oh boy! But here's the thing though. Like this is one giant part and then this is one giant part and we're gonna get one of these and not both. So it's not quite as long as it looks at first glance, but I'm not memorizing the charts, I'm just looking for curiosity. Oh. I bet Luke is bigger. Uh-huh. Uh-huh, go on. You're absolutely right, mister. It's absolutely right. Some of these are overlapping, and you're only gonna get like one of these. So it is a little shorter than it looks, but my god, it's gonna take a while. And I'm really excited for Ashton's chapter because I want to know. I hated him in chapter 1, and I've sort of grown to like him a little bit. He's been so much more likable in every other person's chapters, so. Parties have never been my thing. They're always such a hassle and take so much time off my days. Prior plans and commitments cancelled, all for the sake of playing along with others. Hi, Irons. Good evening. Yeah, I want to know what he's working on, and I'm also pretty curious just to see, like, how he feels about Isabella and Rebecca.
Welcome, welcome everyone.
I hated them, even as a child.
Please, make yourselves at home.
Right, we still don't know why he was even at the party, because he didn't go with Becca. But Mom often insisted. Slick my hair back, pull me in one of those stuffy dinner jackets, and if there were any children around, urge me to make friends. We're playing as Ashton right now, the detective. His proportions are so weird in this photo. He has the giant head, he has giant broad shoulders, and the rest of him is just so skinny. It's the weirdest looking photo. Never mind how utterly loud or tedious it was. It was all for the sake of keeping up appearances. To some extent, lies have already surrounded me long before I've chosen what I want to do with my life. Luckily, there were easy ways to tune everything out, and much to my mom's frustration, I've always managed to sneak my CD player along. I keep to myself and my music, had my own little world. Mister, you say that as if I was not emo. Hi, Hahulak, good evening. Until I learned to observe. It's a simple matter of awareness, really. And for someone with keen eyes, a skewed necktie or a simple flick of the wrist alone could tell volumes about a person. Hi, Chuck. Good evening. I still don't like parties, especially ones as big and fancy as the Wright's housewarming. However, when there's actual reason to go to them, I figure. They're not too bad.
Be careful with Shirley, alright?
Besides, like it or not, it's all part of the job. I'm here on a mission. One that has the name Luke Wright plastered all over it. You'd think the man would want to remain inconspicuous after his name was linked to several high-profile crimes across Luxport. Granted, most of it has gone cold over the years, having stagnated without any lead or evidence, but that still doesn't make him any less suspect. Yet here he is. Throwing a party in his own backyard. Hi Jimmy, good to see you. It's going pretty good, how are you? As long as your hair covers most of your head looks bigger. Yeah, but just there's something odd going on there. Although, having observed this man the past year, I'm not even shocked. He craves it, the damn spotlight, constantly yearns for attention like a neglected puppy. It doesn't take a genius to figure out why he's nowhere to be found in his own party, but that's not the problem here. What pisses me off is how far his reach extends, how close he has creeped into the lives of the people I care about. He's been tracking him for a year. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Hi, Parasitic. Good to see you. Just tired. I can relate. I am so tired lately. I don't even know why. There's something ash going on here. Get out. Again, like a stubborn itch you couldn't get rid of. First, Professor Clark. Then there's Isabella. I also spotted Z-Man here a while ago. And now? Now there's also Rebecca. Apparently.
Ashton?
Becca, what are you doing here?
Could it be the fact that we were up until 3 AM playing this yesterday? No. I think that's entirely unrelated. I don't know why that would have any relevance on me being tired. What?
I was invited.
Really? I had no idea you were friends with the host.
That explains things, and makes this difficult all the same. As if getting contact among the staff to sneak a name into the guest list isn't hard enough. The guy almost ditched me last night and might have placed another setback on my investigation if it wasn't for my generous tip. Then here comes Rebecca, another person to mind.
Well, it's my parents, actually. But that's beside the point. What are you doing here? You hate parties.
I still do. I'm just here on behalf of a friend.
A necessary lie. I can't bring my own friends into this any further than what they've found themselves in. Because if Luke Wright so much as harms a hair on either Zach's or Rebecca's head, there will be hell to pay. Worrying about Isabella's brief dealings with him is stressing in itself already. I doubt he'll attempt anything in front of the other people, though. Are you gonna ship those two? I don't want to anymore because she dies! Yes, Becca is the first character that's actually died! And it's so upsetting! It would tarnish his glorious reputation, and he values appearances more than anything. That doesn't necessarily mean he's incapable of it. More than, in fact. And on the off chance that he does something, I wouldn't be responsible for my actions.
That's rare. Do you have someone with you then?
Nope, just me. I won't be staying long.
That last scene, that drawing right there, it's... ugh, it breaks my heart.
Well, if that's the case, maybe you and I can...
For Zach's and Rebecca's sakes, however, I really hope this will simply be another housewarming. Even though something tells me it's anything but. Call it a detective intuition or whatever. When Luke Wright's involved, nothing good has ever come out of it. I can't let my guard down here. Even more so when a familiar car comes to a stop and out comes...
Chief?
My presence here might be odd at best, but I have an excuse. One that this man handed to me himself a year ago, along with a heavy dose of flattery for the newly promoted detective inspector. Can't exactly say the same for my good old boss, can I? Although, to see him here, chatting it up with Luxborn's rich and famous, isn't such a big surprise in itself. No disrespect meant, but this guy is obviously a social climber. What is surprising is the fact that he seems all too eager to mingle with a person of interest's wife. Just what the hell is he doing here?
Ashton, what's...
Sorry, Becca, I need to... There's something I need to check for a bit. I'll talk to you later. Do you have a ride home?
No, I had to take a cab here. My car wouldn't start this afternoon. But what about...
What the shit is going on here?
I told you to get that old thing checked before, didn't I? You can head back with me after this. Anyway, I gotta go. See ya. Be careful, okay?
Hey, be careful! About what exact...
I don't want to draw attention to myself either. At least not until he's given me a proper reason to spoil his little party.
Thank you for the invite, Anna. Husband still missing, I see.
I should be saying the same of your darling Rochelle, Lee. The doctors again.
For now, the best I can do is wait and remain inconspicuous, especially with Chief here, whose motives are dubious at best. If it means having to pretend I don't know Zack and Rebecca, or forcing myself to rub elbows with people I barely know, let alone like, then so be it. I can't involve anyone. Wandering is out of the question as well, when there are guards in civis stationed here and there. Sure, getting past them is something I could do with ease, but I'd rather not right now, when I'm one of the few snooping and roaming about. It'd be best to try and do so once there's a crowd of people. And if their interior designers' drunken claims are to be believed...
Yes, well, what about Luke?
I almost forgot that they talked in the bar when Luke and Marianne almost hooked up.
Should we file a missing persons report now, or do you want to wait 24 hours?
He's around.
You know, I can tell if someone's bluffing.
It'll all come down to how I'll play my cards tonight. With a good hand, this party is going to give me the breakthrough I need to crack Luke Wright, or something to prove my suspicions wrong. Maybe find out what kind of game my boss is also playing. I've had an inkling before, a few hunches tempered down by how much of a bumbling fool the man appears. Hang on. If we start playing Ashton here on the 28th, that means he definitely hasn't seen the ghost before. Marianne is still locked in the mansion somewhere. Yep. Yep. We don't know if she's gonna come out of that alive. Hang on, though. When? Okay, so later... No, wait. This is the morning, right? Yeah, that's the morning, and now's the party. 28th? Right, tomorrow, Zack comes home, and Ashton and Isabella are basically... At that point, Ashton is on board with the whole thing, and he wants to continue. Which means he's probably gonna see the ghost tonight. At the party. Him and no, wait. Him and Becca drive home together, and he sleeps in Becca's apartment. Maybe he sees the ghost there? Because I'm pretty sure he's gonna see the ghost sometime tonight. He has to. There's no other reason. Or he finds some other evidence, but there's gotta be something. You killed one of my favorite girls? That was not me! You keep Marianne alive? That's... I don't know! She's somewhere locked up in a dungeon! She might still be alive! But one does not simply deal with the rights and get invited to a party they host without wanting anything from either of the two. Or it's the other way around. So, with a last wary glance at the two, I head into the ballroom. I just hope this will not complicate things further. Shit. Can we see Marianne's chapter? Sure. It ends. It's a short chapter. If you look at this, scroll bar, she has 4 different endings. 4 endings. Hang on! Like I said, I've only seen the memory fragments during the endings where they definitely die. Which means we didn't see a memory fragment during Marianne's chapter. She might still be alive. Just saying. By the time the party's in full swing, night has fallen, yet there still isn't a Luke right inside. Hated Becca for the first second. Doesn't show a death symbol like with the others. That's true. That is true. Because with Isabella, it was also like a little unclear. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, we haven't seen her die, so... The man can be quite ostentatious. But this? Frankly, I'm impressed. Trapped down there with dozens of us. Oh god, that was so good. That was so good. I don't even know how many or I'm not even gonna give it a go. I love how detailed all the food is, though. That's like the most detailed parts of this entire game is all the food. No, Simon. No. One too many, probably. The servers are already giving me a stink eye every time I saunter over the buffet table. Blame your employer, not me. He's the one who has the guts to show up late. Besides, most of the guest idle talk is concentrated in this area. Despite standing under the same roof with the very people they're whispering about, some just couldn't resist. What was that? No clue. I might as well keep an ear out for any useful info.
Is Suarez still fixing that tech problem? Tech problem?
It's been 3 years. Sooner or later, the Blighter will put 2 and 2 together.
Blabbermouth.
He might have already.
If the red tape I'm being slammed with these past few months suggests anything, that or somebody has been pulling the strings. I wouldn't be shocked. This case would not have gone this long if Scumbag didn't have a mule of some kind in the force.
Shush you, we all know Suarez just wants an out.
I knew he was bad news the day the merger with Evans Incorporated happened.
How many accents are they gonna put into this game?
Glad I did not have to deal with that.
Why is he not one of the main characters? Chatty gossip. I want chatty gossip.
Glad I did not have to deal with that.
Honestly.
But keep it down, someone might hear. The wife especially.
This kind of negligence has always been an advantage, but sometimes I wish I could have been smashed drunk while doing this. Having sharp ears also means you get to hear the most unsavory things. Who cheated on who this week? One person's motive for bashing someone's skull against the wall, or a father's excuse for burning his own daughter alive. That sort of stuff. Are you hearing all of these things at this party? After a few years, it gets tiring. You get desensitized to it. But humans could be downright awful. Sometimes there simply isn't enough brain bleach in the world. Sadly, the wine is a no-go tonight, and mostly for show. I'm up for another drive later, for one, and I definitely want to be sober in case anything comes up. And something always comes up in assignments like this. A detective inspector dying of cardiac arrest, for example. Because I can feel the moment my heart grinds to a halt the second I shift my eyes to a corner of a ballroom.
Hannah Wright.
Some will say I'm acting a touch bit paranoid, and maybe I am. This is a party and she's the hostess. It goes to say that she'll take time to mingle with her guests. But Hannah Wright née Evans isn't without her fair share of accolades. Accolades? At least to the public, she doesn't seem like it. Unlike her husband, she's the one with the business sense. Not to mention the impressive track record needed to manage a company. Or effectively hide whatever irregularity there might be. Words are hard today, okay?
Are you alright today, Twigs?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the bits and for the hug. I'm fine.
Do you need us to call someone?
No. It's fine.
A delivery of soup.
Soup would be nice. Thank you. There's so much sounds going on right now.
A box of chocolates.
Yes, please. Very much so. Please bring chocolate. And thank you, Skibbles, for all the bits. Appreciate it. Chocolate would be great! Ugh! Better than soup, in fact. I'll take both. Thank you. I'll be waiting. She is clean as far as my agents and I have found, but it doesn't rule out a possible involvement with whatever her husband's up to. Hell, Luke Wright came out clean in previous reports until I bothered to take a deeper look into it. What I found may not be sufficient to bring anyone to the trial yet, but it's enough to nurture suspicion. This may be a bit of an overreaction, but no one lasts long in my line of work by being careless.
You would catch his eye a lot better if you wore nicer clothes, don't
So
you think?
he's listening to this entire conversation?
Didn't realize the housewarming was going to be this fancy. I would have gone with a nice dress if I knew.
Also, this is the third time we're listening to this exact conversation. Nothing to be worried about then. She's probably even more careful with appearances than her own husband, having grown up with the spotlight focused on her. Yet, even knowing that, the anxiety stays, has been there since the party started. I brushed it off earlier. Who wouldn't feel edgy, right? I've gone undercover in a party hosted by every person I'm investigating. That in itself is risky and has had plenty of room for error. Usually, though, the tension passes around the first half hour or so. I've been trained to remain composed in situations like this. However, with each second I spend here, it only grows heavier and seeks to overwhelm. An odd feeling that someone is watching me instead. It's been like this since last week, but I should already be used to this. People would be looking at me no matter how small or big of a blip I am on their radar. That's what they do at these things. But when the feeling of ice burning into my back lingers longer than necessary, I've been looking around every now and then to catch the culprit. No luck. And despite my efforts to push the sensation as far down as I could, tiny pinpricks continue to sting the back of my head, and the ghost of a cold touch creeps up my limbs. Until my gaze switches back to Rebecca and Hannah Wright. He does see the ghost hair. Hannah saw the ghost right here as well. Rebecca didn't. She stands there, dark-haired and dirty, sticking out like a sore thumb. Even so, no one seems to notice. Although she's looking away from me, her mere existence here strikes. Disturbs. A sense of tunnel vision blinds while I stand stock still and gape at her, like my life depends on making sure she stays where she is. I feel trapped in her presence, until another guest bumps into me, yanking me out of my stupor. Only then do I realize that I've been holding my breath. Before I can figure out what happened, she's gone. A quick scan of the room yields no sign of her. The party continues as if nothing is amiss. I'm not really one to judge, but I'm sure someone like that would not have been allowed in fancy things like this. What has the security been doing? Are they really that incompetent for someone so distinct to easily get out without notice? There should have been an outcry by now, particularly from the host. She's been standing almost an arm's length away from the woman, and yet she simply continues her talk with Rebecca.
Oh, the professor! And your little Becky!
My parents couldn't make it since they're in Scotland right now.
Oh, sorry. He still thinks he's a person, yeah. Ghost stops eavesdropping. Maybe that's what the ghost does. Is there something in the food then that I'm starting to see things? It couldn't have been the wine though. I'm every bit as sober as when I first stepped off in my car. But why would anyone want to do this? Why would Luke Wright want to do that? He's fishy, but I couldn't see why they'd ever think it would be a good idea to lace the food he'd serve in this party. With someone like Chief Lee on his guest list to boot. He has been linked to narcotics trade, yep. However, that kind of tactics is below him, that much I could tell. Unless there's a mass murder waiting to happen here tonight, which I highly doubt. So?
What the fuck was that?
But there's no time to look deeper into this, even if I want to. Not when a telling silence comes upon the room and draws everyone's attention to the main doors of the ballroom.
About damn time.
Good evening, ladies and gents. Enjoying the party? I hope I'm not too late in welcoming you all to the Wright Mansion.
I've been tailing this guy for a while now. Before that, I heard stories from previous officers who tackled this case, none of which are pleasant. Mind, I'm not counting the incident with Professor Clark yet. Pleasant is glossing over the gravity of it. Welcome back, Simon. While Wright's good at covering whatever shady stuff he's doing, he's shown to be a really rotten guy. At least, that's the case when he thinks none of his peers are around to judge him. I've lost track of how many counts of verbal abuse and harassment cases the guy could be pinned with. Standing in the same room as him doesn't make me want to punch him any less. Actually, the urge is stronger, but protocols in my case first and foremost. My own opinion of the man shouldn't get ahead of my purpose here. If I want to put him in his place, it should be in court, with all the proper charges filed against him. And I'll only be able to do that once I gather enough evidence to pin this bastard down.
Welcome, one and all, to our humble abode.
Scumbag. That's funny.
Tonight, if you have yet to find yourself in your roles, you are our ladies and lords of the court of your king and queen. If you would excuse my presumptuousness.
Learning thinking about why Ash is investigating Luke. I think he just had a gut feeling, and he's been trailing this guy for like a year. He has been linked to narcotics trade, yes. I think that's the only thing they've actually found on him. The official report said that he was clean, but then Ash decided that he wanted to look further into him.
So, enjoy the feast that has been laid out for your senses, as we only allowed the best to be served. Enjoy the rest of your night, everyone!
Suppressing my annoyance, I prepare to step away from the crowd. Amidst the cheers and claps, now is as good a time as any to move. Try to find that something the McCullough woman talked about. In the first place, I have no plans to actually shake hands with the slimeball himself. A fake smile is plastered on my face, while I pretend to listen to one of the other guests gossip him about him. All while slowly inching out of the ballroom. Unfortunately, before I could get any further...
Are you feeling ill, Rochelle? Perhaps you need to sit down and...
Rich people only have two ways to resolve their mess. Either they quietly deal with it behind closed doors, or they create an even bigger problem out of it, and just blows up in everyone's faces one way or another. Fun!
No! Shut it, you monster! I ain't talking to you! I'm talking to this scumbag over here! You bloody bastard standing there with your smarmy smile!
Not even a few seconds in, and this already proving himself to be a big public spectacle. Why spend money on a television to buy daytime soap operas? You could just go to one of these parties and see the action unfold in real life. You get free food, too. Really, if I were an actual guest, I'd just take this as some sordid form of amusement.
Watch your tongue! You're on thin ice, Rochelle. Where's your husband? Who even invited you?
But I'm not a guest who's here for a good time. I need to focus on him, even though this holds sorry tale. So I wait. I listen. I observe. Interesting, isn't it, though? That's the chief inspector's wife. Okay, did you not learn anything more from the party? Okay, so later today, he's gonna side with Isabella and say we need to get to the bottom of this whole ghost thing. That's very interesting. The morning after starts off quiet. Even the whole of Salem Well residences seem unusually still. The open hallway when I step out is devoid of tenants. No sound coming from the other units either. It's almost as if something's brewing on the horizon. A peaceful night's sleep still does wonders for the mood, though. I can't even remember the last time I've slept without anything urgent interrupting. It's a nice break from all the bad news lately. If it wasn't for the insistent buzzing in my pocket waking me up, I'd sleep in.
An unlucky 13 for a new badge unlock. Don't mind me.
Aw, Skibbles, thank you for the unlucky 13 bits. If anything bad happens now, you know who's to blame. Ooh, they have... You can announce a new bit badge? Ooh, cool. I like it. And 10,000 bits is so many bits. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate that, Skibbles. Luckiest number in the world? Maybe. Depends who you ask. The ringing has stopped before I can move somewhere private, but sleep has also been effectively kicked out of my system by then. Did Ash live in the same place? No, what happened is after the party, Ashton and Rebecca drove home together, and it was so late, and Rebecca was not in a mood to drive all the way to his place, so he crashed on their couch. So this is Rebecca and Isabella's place. A mentally thing. If you treat it as unlucky, then you will be unlucky. That is true. You have a point. Pity. I could use a little more rest until I have to face the other storm. Of course, I owe Rebecca an explanation. It doesn't matter if it's a whole truth or another hastily spun tale. Although I haven't really figured out how to go about this yet. Unlike Zack and Isabella, who doesn't usually ask questions and are content with what little I could share, Rebecca's rather quick on the trigger. It'll have to be set aside for later, though.
Sup, I'm Ash from Deluxe City. Baggers, watch out, can't beat me. Looking for trouble? Better not lie. I'm a cool dude, pretty fly for an Asian guy. Sup, I'm Ash
I forgot
from
that this was the
Deluxe
thing.
City. Baggers, watch out, can't beat me. Looking for trouble? Better not lie. I'm a cool dude, pretty fly for an Asian guy.
The chief's name stares back at me, almost as if it's mocking me. Sad. It would have been nice to just chill after last night and maybe half listen to the news. Sure, it's the same thing we've been hearing lately. Still beats standing outside in a chilly Luxborn morning, on the phone with my boss. Sighing, I answer it. If only to get this over with.
Right? Where are you right now?
Rebecca dies tomorrow? She dies tomorrow. Today is, not that much happens. Hana finds the pendant. Tomorrow is when she dies. That one crime scene photo. Yeah, that was brutal, Zaima. Oh, that stupid ringtone. Oh, Ashton. Now that's a tone I didn't expect from him at this hour.
Right? Where are you right now?
Just thinking how this will go already gives me a headache. Immediately, I reach up and pinch the bridge of my nose to stave it off.
This is why I won't ever drink myself senseless.
What was that?
Nothing, Chief. A pleasant morning to you too.
He's probably calling to rag on me or complain about his wife, which is really none of my business unless it affects my case. It seems like the usual rich man cheats on wife deal. Although I would have followed up on it if it were someone else's wife. But figuring it's a chief's, hey, I trust him to come clean if the missus is related to the right shady dealings. This is why I left before they hauled the woman out last night. I'm not going to go around investigating cheating husbands and wives when it's probably just that. Chief appears to have a different idea in mind, though.
There's nothing pleasant in the morning. Anyway, where are you? I told you millions of times before to keep your lines open.
He did, and not only him. Zack, Rebecca, Isabella, all of them have said the same thing numerous times in the past. But I was undercover last night. A phone call is the last thing I want to happen when there are other things I need to focus on at the time. Besides, we have radios and work-issued phones. Why isn't he using those channels if this is urgent?
Just woke up, sir. As awesome as it is to hear your voice this morning, it really is early.
Nice touch of Thatcher's phone is kind of scratched. It is. It's really worn and a little cracked, and it's a small thing that not a lot of developers do.
If you could give me a few minutes just to wake myself up, that'd be swell.
No need for that. This won't take long.
Is something wrong? Am I needed at the precinct ASAP?
Oh no, everything's good over there. Just... Look, kid,
Is that why he joins Isabella in investigating the other stuff? Because he's taken off this case, so he starts doing it like on his own? Well, I did not expect to hear that either. This must be some kind of cosmic joke. I allow some awkward seconds to pass. Chief must be pulling another one of his awful pranks. Out of his bad mood or severe hangover, maybe. Everyone knows that when given the chance, he exercises no control with his drinking. If it wasn't for his wife causing a stir, he'd probably be trashed about an hour in at the party. He likely drank more after they threw her out of the ballroom. I don't know why we got pulled. Besides, his sense of humor has never been good. It's just infuriating most of the time. But when he doesn't follow it up, if I sound a tiny bit frustrated speaking to my own superior, I'm not the one to blame.
Wait, no. What? Are you kidding, Chief? Is this one of your practical jokes again? The Temps won't say anything about it, but I...
It's not that. They're orders. From the higher-ups.
Ah, the higher-ups. Yes, my favorite word. Since when did the higher-ups even care about what the Criminal Investigation Department did? As far as I can tell, they don't give the hoot if the CID is filled with cold cases, as long as we keep the spending low. When I need to view those old case files, though, they're locked away in the archives. You're gonna have to check with the higher-ups. I need access to those reports. See if the higher-ups would allow it. Every step, every move, in this case, there isn't one that hasn't been gated by some authority. If it's not the chief, it's a commissioner, or so they always tell me. It makes one wonder why they even bother assigning it to anyone. Not a single one of them has done anything to help move the case. And they wonder why it's taken this long for even a hint of progress to show.
You can't just drop this on me. You can't just take me off like that.
Yes, I can. And I'm sorry, Ashton. You're a good detective. One of the best I've seen in years, but...
3 years, Chief. 3 years!
3 years since that anonymous tech leak blew up. Since Luke Wright's name was openly linked to several nasty dealings within Luxborn's corporate world, some of them involving deaths. 3 years, and I was the only one who made it this far, and made much progress that officers with more experience weren't able to do when they handled this case. Just within a year, and with barely any help from that damn brass at that. 3 years since been on him? Yeah. Because paying the higher-ups? That could very well be it. Of course I'll be pissed.
Do you know what would have happened if I didn't work my ass off on this thing? If I didn't dedicate a whole year of my time on it? It would have gone cold, like every fucking case Luke Wright has been linked to. I saved this from getting thrown into the archives, sir. I'm getting close. If you could just...
I'm fully aware of what you've done, Frey. But the Commissioner hasn't been happy with your progress. Still too slow by their standards.
Too slow? Well, what about those reports I filed? I've documented every freaking thing for them. I've given you every important lead I can gather. Isn't that enough?
They need results, not a bunch of research papers. Not one baseless assumption after another. Concrete proof, Frey. I'm really sorry. They've already made a decision. They're going to pass this on to someone who's been in the force longer. Someone who has more experience.
So now he gets angry and he's like, alright, Isabella, I'll help you. We'll get to the bottom of this.
Someone who has more experience?
I meant nothing by it, but you're still too young to work on a case this big.
Chief, I've already done more than what those old farts ever did behind their desks. All of it, within just a year of being assigned to this.
Watch your language, Frey. Those are your superiors,
I'm not some damn rookie fresh out of training. I'm as qualified as they are.
Futile. I know it is. They'll never say it within my earshot, but from the very minute I stepped into their precinct, the lot of them had already underestimated me. From their stares alone, to the assignments I get. To them, I'm still just a kid. Too young, too green, too inexperienced. And once they pull that card on me, every argument I have gets thrown out of the window. No matter how logical it is, how much I accomplished, what the records say, or with the amount of work that I put in every investigation they've thrown my way.
We're all aware of your skills, kid. You wouldn't have that badge and rank if you weren't good enough. However, this case is just not for you. Too high profile, too risky to put a good officer like you in harm's way.
Can he even hear himself? That reasoning is odd in itself. No one joins the line of work without knowing the dangers of it.
Don't I get a second chance? You said it yourself. I'm a good detective. It'll just be a matter of time before we can close this.
It doesn't matter what I think, Frey. You're off the case, and that's final. I expect all related files and documents on my desk by Monday morning. And don't even try to go touch anything. I know how hard-headed and determined you are.
He probably does, Skibbles.
Chief, please. A few more weeks. I'll have the proper evidence left on your desk by then. I swear it won't take longer than that.
Afraid it's too late, boy. I've already informed the other officers. You aren't to be allowed access until you've been given a new assignment. Hell, just keep out of the precinct, Frey. Take the weekend off.
Seriously, Chief, is this about last night? If this is about me being at that party, I have a good reason for...
You were at the party.
Oh. It makes me pause. His wary tone, that sudden careful note in his voice. So that means Chief didn't know until now that Ash knows that his wife is cheating. Aww. Slowly, a frown forms in my face. My eyebrows knitting together in confusion. Much as I hate to say this about my own boss, there's also suspicion in it. Hard not to think of it that way, seeing how he acted around Hannah Wright last night. Is he worried? Why should he be? Everyone who is anyone was invited. I didn't doubt for a second why he received an invite, even if his presence was questionable. There's something wrong, and I've unintentionally walked into it. All I have is this sneaking suspicion. But when one looks at this from a different angle, put everything together, why the hell I've been taken off this case might be for the same reason he was there in the first place. Fuck.
Yes, Chief, I was. For a good reason. What were you doing there? I know we don't have a strict rule against attending functions, but that was...
He coughs, and it almost sounds like he's choking on his own excuses? Lies? I don't want to accuse him of anything yet. He's someone I've respected since I joined the LPD, even with his bizarre sense of humor and his tendency to procrastinate. He's obviously competent enough to get the job done. He wouldn't be Chief Inspector of Luxborn Police if he wasn't. He wouldn't last years in service without some track record backing him. Unless that too is a fluke. And what's backing him is not something, but someone. Oh. Oh shit. Fucking hell. Fucking shit.
Chief Harvey, about last night with the...
Why does it matter, Frey? This isn't about that.
Why does it matter? Why does it matter? I'll recite the whole damn oath we've taken upon being sworn into service if I can, but at this point it seems too late to remind him of that. He's probably already moved on from serving and protecting people to serving and protecting his own interests. Damn it. I've suspected the upper brass of this, even the lower ranked subordinates in the force, but my own boss? Shit. No wonder that leak didn't lead anywhere. Someone closer might have been pulling the strings. I might have been set up to fail long before the fucking case had been assigned to me. But I don't want to just give up on this. He doesn't want to believe- I don't want to believe that I wasted an entire year for this. Put you together, yeah, finally. I don't want this to be the kind of news to tell Professor Clark after all those promises I've given the man.
I just want to know, sir, at the party, with Luke and Hannah Wright, you were...
Monday, Detective Inspector. First thing in the morning. Every copy of the files you have, I want to see it all on my table, understood?
This isn't...
Frey, am I understood?
What else can I do other than smile and nod? With my own superior expecting an answer using that tone, brushing off my questions as easy as discarding a dead body.
Yes. Yes, sir.
He cuts the line as soon as the words are out. You're off the case, Frey. Just like that. Aww. Funny how this still caught me off guard. I've discovered years ago how different the actual thing is, how far from reality everything I've believed in as a dreamy-eyed kid. There are no high-speed pursuits every day, no thrilling gunfights or exciting cases every step of the way. Only paperwork, lots of red tape, and dealing with the politics and bureaucracy. I've set out to change things, hoping it'll make things better for the people that I care about. It ended up changing me instead. Serves me right for being too idealistic, I guess. This is probably the universe telling me it's better to remain the skeptic I really am. Now here I am, standing useless, Can't even do anything but grit my teeth and kick the wall. The bastard didn't even acknowledge my response.
What did the poor wall ever do to you?
It figures Rebecca would be the one to find me in this embarrassing state. Honestly, I don't like it when she sees me like this, which seems to happen a lot, regardless of what I want.
Rebecca, now's not a good time.
The concern I expect from her when I turn isn't there, however. Instead, she just looks, well... The storm I left brewing last night. It's right there on her face, ready to be unleashed. No, we never saw this as Rebecca. I think the last we saw of him and Rebecca this day was that she was just really angry with him. Because of the party.
When is it ever a good time for you? You're always so busy with everything now. Now I find you here, sneaking out without even bothering with a proper goodbye. Not even a word. Really, I'm starting to think you're just keeping me around for my couch and my cooking.
Becca, it's not what you're thinking. I wasn't planning on sneaking out. I was going to say goodbye. I just had to take this call. Although, I'm not gonna lie, couch is great. 10 out of 10. Would sleep again.
Not listening to Becca makes me sad. I'm sorry. I didn't do it on purpose.
Stop it with the jokes, Ashton. I'm not in the mood.
Her bitterness is not lost on me, but at this point, our friendship in our lives, how does she still expect me to answer that? What am I supposed to tell her now?
Are you still mad about last night?
She merely raises an eyebrow at me, which, to be honest, is all the response I need. Seeing her like this makes me want to believe those things C-Man says. The part where Rebecca scares him, sometimes. I've certainly seen this more than once already. But the familiarity of it doesn't really take away from the downhill turn this conversation is starting to take. Only an awkward cough serves as my way to stall.
Okay, of course you're still mad. But whatever happened last night, I really am sorry. I'll apologize as many times as you want. If you want, I'd even kneel or something.
Ashton, an apology is nice and all, but that's not what I wanted to hear from you today.
Alright, fine, okay. Where do you want to start?
You don't have much time to test or review it.
Oh, I don't know. I've honestly lost track of it by your third trip to the buffet table.
I wasn't... The drive up there took a bit. Can you blame me if I wanted to grab some appetizers?
Oh, come on, Ash! For the whole evening? For the whole party? Please don't tell me that's all you did, because I've never known you as someone who pigs out. You even took great lengths to avoid me. Should I also mention how you ignored Zach? Sometimes I get the feeling you don't want to be seen with us in public. Some friendship, huh?
You know it's not like that. It's never going to be like that, Becca.
Sorry. What? I didn't yawn? What?
I'll ask this again. Just what were you up to during the party?
I'm not tired. Whoa, whoa. We haven't made any choices. So all of these are potential story updates. What? Based on what? Interesting. Alright. Okay.
What were you doing that you couldn't even take 2 seconds to make time for your friends?
I couldn't even look her in the eyes. It wasn't that I wanted to avoid them. I did it to keep Zach safe, to keep Rebecca safe. Just in case. Client or family friend, it was still a party hosted by a person of interest. By a man accused years ago of murdering a person's wife to get what he wanted. But then Chief showed up. Hannah Wright happened, and Luke Wright just can't be bothered to die peacefully somewhere. All of a sudden, none of my original reasons mattered. If I was found out right there and then, hell, if Zach and Rebecca's connection with me was found out, who knows what might have happened. I wonder if Luke is gonna be the one who finds Marianne. Because someone is gonna find Marianne, and it's gonna be either Luke or Ash, and I wonder if it's Luke, or if Ash does like a whole investigation thing in the mansion. Because it has to be one of them. I'm just curious about who. And I'm curious when. Or the butler, yeah. Damn butler. But Rebecca doesn't understand that. Doesn't understand what I can and can't say to keep them from harm. It's all in her eyes, the tight line on her lips and her furrowed brows. The hurt. This stage is off to a wonderful start. First my case, now Becca. He's still fishy to you, the butler? I'm not sure what I think about him. He's so snarky, and I kind of like that. How do I even go about this? Here's the thing! She's gonna die anyway? Which is terrible. But at the same time, it means that there's less harm in telling her the truth because there's not that much. Yeah, what's to lose, right? If we go insistent confidential, she's gonna be pissed. What? That cost a negative? What? Obviously, I couldn't just say, hey Becca, you know the rights? They are suspected to be the ringleaders of a crime syndicate and shit like that. Well, I'm not really playing the character. No, that is true. I'm just thinking, I want to be kind to Becca. Protocol or otherwise, there are so many things I'm not allowed to tell the others. Even if I am able to share information with civilians, knowing anything could very well put them in danger. It's why I keep it vague, obscure the facts, or when push comes to shove, stretch the truth and lie through my teeth. It's a necessity I'm going to deal with. It's already become a part of me, no matter how much I loathe doing it.
I mentioned it, didn't I? I was there on behalf of someone else. I was on business, Becca. I wasn't there to have a good time.
She doesn't look convinced at all. That's a good squint right there. I'm just saying. Although she's the very picture of someone who's at least willing to listen, her glare effectively takes a good 20 off of my current years.
There are dozens of us.
I feel like a kid again, being reprimanded by my junior high teacher for sleeping in class. Thank you so much for following Foolish Octus. Appreciate that. But getting away with that is easier than this one. It's a thing with someone you've been friends with for so long. They're the ones who know you inside out. Good grades would be enough for Rebecca to let this whole thing slide through. Wouldn't. It would be weird if good grades was what would cause Rebecca to forgive Ashton for everything. That would be strange. I know she's a teacher and all, but still.
You can't even spare a single second to mingle?
Show a little understanding, Becca.
What was I supposed to say? Hi, fancy meeting you here. Would you like to dance? By the way, those appetizers were really good. You should try some. Like that.
Alright, now I understand why this interaction caused them to like each other less.
I've got a boss guy breathing down my neck. I don't exactly have the luxury of doing as I please.
She's very petty about this whole party thing. This much is true. My reasons for being at the party too. However, Chief's presence last night made a lot of things difficult. Approaching them was out of the question when there was someone watching. A person who knew the reason I was really there. It turned out to be a good call on my part. But for someone who's already angry beyond reason, everything will only sound like an excuse.
Cut the shite. I saw you stuffing your face with the deviled eggs, while your own boss is off on the other side of the room. You didn't even exchange a word or a glance with him either. In fact, I think you're also avoiding the man.
You have so many assumptions, Becca.
Just say you don't want to talk about it instead of lying to my face.
I do feel guilty. Still, we've already been down this road. This is something I've done so repeatedly in the past. Something she's heard from me more times than all my fingers could count. Something I'll just have to get over with in this moment.
I'm sorry, you know that, Becca. I really, really am. I wouldn't do this shit if I didn't have a good reason to.
And you know that I don't like you lying to me! If you can't tell the truth, just don't say anything and shut your gob! I swear, Ashton Frey, you are just so dense!
Always one of my fears. Leaving a conversation poorly and something awful happens? Same. Same. I've been terrified of that my entire life.
I'm so angry. I can't even bear to look at you right now because I swear I'll knock you right off your block. I mean, what good reason could you have to act like an antisocial asshole?
Becca, you're so unreasonable. Honestly, she's so unreasonable.
The only time you did talk to me was to spout some vague nonsense about Luke. What was that all about? Were you somehow expecting me to just accept everything as it is?
You should.
You really shouldn't go near that man, Becca.
Why? Because you don't trust him? I wonder if you actually trust anyone. Aside from the three of us, Zach, Isabella, and myself, do you even have any other friends? If you're perfectly fine with that, then go ahead. No one is stopping you. But don't expect me to share the same views.
I'm so glad I've decided to not go for an Ash and Becca romance.
I can have a life of my own. Friends that I don't necessarily share with you. I'm an adult, Ashton, and I can make my own bloody decisions. I sure as hell can choose the people I want to let into my life.
Becca, why don't you just shut up and step off a roof, Kappa?
Too soon. Too soon, but also yes. Thank you for the bits, Skibbles. Doesn't have any trust issues at all? No. She's being so unreasonable right now. Of course she's allowed to do as she pleases. I never mentioned she couldn't. Us growing up together doesn't mean it always has to be just the two of us. It's a dumb idea to believe in when nothing ever remains constant. Things will inevitably change through the years. She'll make friends with people outside of our little circle. I'm just as free to form relationships with other people. But why, of all people, did it have to be him? Why does it have to be Luke? Right. That guy's nothing but trouble. How could she defend a guy like that? She's already calling him Luke, for Pete's sake.
I trust Zach, I trust Isabella, and I trust you, Rebecca. So why can't you trust me on this? You need to stay away from that man. Because I really wish I could tell you.
What was that saying Isabella mentioned before? A liar is a brother of a thief? People who will look at me now will probably say I'm a hair's breadth away from being a criminal. Z-Man said something like that once, a few years into our friendship. I laughed it off back then, but now? They're probably right. Little by little, I'm becoming the very kind of person I hate. How ironic. The silent afterwards brings an even heavier air between us. Something that Rebecca, thankfully, doesn't allow to linger more than necessary.
I suppose you have to go now, huh?
The situation's already awkward as it is. Dragging this out will only make it more... what? Difficult? Messed up? As if it isn't already.
Back to your case again?
I don't really have to. I have no case. As far as the job is concerned, I have the weekend off until I have to report to Chief on Monday. Although I don't want to just throw in the towel on this one. Orders are orders. This isn't like the movies. I don't get to say fuck off, throw my gun and badge at him, become some vigilante and save the day, get my job back. I'd rather get my ass thrown in jail for doing any of that. But it's also not in my nature to sit still and do nothing. It'll drive me crazy if I just idle about. Besides, if there's someone has to know about this whole Luke Wright thing.
Yeah, I need to go talk to Professor Clark. And there's something else I need to look into.
The other matter she mentioned last night specifically. Things even the news had been blasting out to the general populace lately. Evening, afternoon, morning, all deaths with the same motives blamed on a single serial killer. Or is it still the case?
Found dead in the early hours of the morning today. The fire was contained within the room and no other tenants were harmed, according to Luxbourne police.
That's the one we've seen before, right? We're grasping at straws as far as these murders are concerned. In the first place, I'm not even the one heading this investigation. Yet look at me treating it as if it's another high-profile case on my shoulder. How sad is that? Although all three of my friends have mentioned seeing something strange, I don't want to go into that line of thinking for now. Not yet. Not until I've exhausted every logical argument I could throw at it. To be honest though, I don't know how to take all of this anymore. But I've already given Isabella my word. It'll bother me more if I didn't follow up on a promise I made to her. And after Rebecca's claims last night, there won't be enough sarcasm in the world if what my friends have been telling me is true. I can already hear Isabella's laughter, in fact.
Figures. What else can it be?
It's not another case. It's something else. That issue Isabella mentioned yesterday morning. I'm sure you remember. You were there.
Well, at least you're not neglecting all your friends.
Oh my god, Becca!
Becca, I promised her I'll...
She doesn't wait for me to finish. With a roll of her eyes, she turns around and shuts the door in my face. I have no idea what I've said this time, but...
I probably deserve that.
No, Ashton, you don't. Trust me. I think we forgot how awful she was by playing as her? Yeah, we 100% did. We'll just have to fix this some other time. By then, her temper's sure to have cooled off significantly. Pretty sure that is their last meeting. Which is terrible. Absolutely terrible. Alright, I'm gonna take a short break. I need to refill my water. And yeah, we'll see where this leads us, if we meet her again at some point, or if we don't. We'll find out. I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. I'm back. I had completely forgotten about the giveaway thing on the stream title. Thank you, Skibbles. I forgot about that entirely. It's gone now. Alright. For now, I can't laze around. Gotta attend to the things that matter more. Professor Clark first, deliver the bad news, and then that issue with BRC and Isabella. Maybe I'll also drop by Zach's. Check in on him, hear what he has to say. He has also read that damn letter. Yeah, Ash saw the ghost yesterday, but he didn't realize that that was a ghost. I am excited for him to see more of the ghost. Because surely he sees more of it, right? Welcome back, professional streamer. Thank you. I'm glad you acknowledge my true professionalism. I might as well while I'm here playing a paranormal detective? Or was it supernatural? I can't remember. Whatever, it wouldn't hurt anyone if I tried to get to the bottom of this. If nothing comes out of this, good. Everyone can shut up about stupid curses and we can finally get back on track with our lives. On to more important stuff. If there is something.
Are you two done?
There's a moment of confusion when I don't see her familiar ponytail about, only to find her standing behind the door to her apartment seconds later. Aww. Aww, that is so sweet. Isabella holds it open, though only slightly, as if to hide from anyone who might happen to pass by. This early and on a lazy weekend? I doubt anyone would. But from the gap and from what little light there is behind her, I could make out the appearance of someone who has clearly just gotten out of bed. Hair in complete disarray. Bed, its eyes still heavy with sleep and a small pout on her lips. She hasn't even gotten out of her pajamas. Aw, mister, you'll be fine. You'll be absolutely fine. And if you are worried about school, just think about the ghost instead. That'll help. But I hope you sleep well. I hope you do get some sleep, and I hope that you have a good day tomorrow. And I hope you're not too scared. I look away long before my sense of decorum. Decorum? Decorum? There's so many weird words in this game. Kicks in. We might be friends. I'll even dare say we've grown closer over the years. But that doesn't extend beyond the bounds of propriety. Teacher loves shouting and talking while we have a test. You should file a complaint about that. Because that's very unprofessional and it destroys the test environment for everyone. Ah. Christ, even Rebecca never greets early visitors in her sleep clothes. Though maybe it's our fault why she's up this early. Still, heat makes a small crawl up my neck. One that I quickly downplay with a solid cough.
Isabella, you're up early.
Lame.
No, I'm not. I'm usually up at this hour. You're the one that usually sucks at getting up early.
Says the person who looks like she's just fallen out of bed.
Instead of the usual quip, she simply averts her gaze to some point beside her. And although it only flashes briefly across her face, an expression of hurt flickers in her eyes. Can move to the TV? Nice. Sounds comfortable. It disappears the second she turns her attention back to me, but that moment has sent a worried twinge in my stomach. I've seen it on her plenty of times before, just never in a manner that unsettles. Oh, shit! I broke the command, apparently. I tried to make it do capital letters, and apparently that does not work. That does not work at all. It did not like that. I don't know why. Lesson learned! Don't mess with the commands. Because apparently I can't do that. Just talking up your professionalism, right? I was just making a show of it. So. No one likes capital letters? No. Noted. Your commands broke the other day? Why, Joey? What happened? What did you do? Your sue command! Aw, but that's the best command! That's like the only command I've ever used in Joey's chat. It feels... I don't know. off this time. I didn't say anything wrong, did I?
Hey, are you...
Anyway, was that Becca with you? You both sound like Mama and Papa when they fight. You're awfully loud. If we get another memo from the landlady, I'm asking the guard to ban you from ever entering this place.
Me? Becca's the one almost shouting.
Yeah, well, she lives here. You don't. You have no excuse. You're the suspicious-looking person.
Yeah, suspicious detective.
Thanks. Glad at least one person appreciates how I pretty up this place.
Ugh.
Don't flatter yourself. This place would be so much better without having to see your face every few days.
She follows it up with another pout. But her ruffled appearance, particularly how puffy her eyes are, I noticed just now, taken away from the intimidating effect she's trying to show. Why aren't they talking inside the apartment? Because apparently they never go inside the apartments. Got to a point where Duolingo is getting very difficult. I don't want to give up on Norwegian. Don't give up! No, 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 you can do it. You can get past this. You got this, Joey. And feel free to ask me, but don't expect a good answer, because you know how it is. Really, right now, she just looks more like an angry puppy. I might have laughed had it not given me another nagging sense that something is definitely wrong with her. What, has she been crying earlier? That's worrying. She rarely does that. The only time it happened, that one time I've ever seen her genuinely tear up over something, I think it was after Devlin Court, that night at the bridge. I want to ask. She seems determined to keep it to herself, though. It just be like that sometimes, yeah. That's whenever Joey asks me about language stuff, I just say, it just be like that sometimes, Joey. I can't explain why it's the way it is.
Belle, did something...
About yesterday, Ash. The things we talked about. Do you think we can take a look at it today?
We? I never said you're coming with me. Don't worry, I didn't forget about it. You'll be the first to know if I find anything.
No, I want to go with you. I'll be ready in a few. This won't take long.
Isabella, you really don't have to. I can handle it on my own. You'll just...
I won't get in the way, I promise. Besides, maybe I can help. You know, if there are files you want to check.
I don't like what she's implying. It's true. It's true. LPD's having a hard time with this, but taking Isabella with me? It's out of the question. Under normal circumstances.
You're the one who's going to get in trouble if you do that.
You said it yourself. You need information, and I can help you get that. And it's not like it matters anymore. I just don't want to stand around doing nothing today.
There it is again. The slight shift in her eyes, the mild crease forming between her eyebrows, and a mild slump in her shoulders while she crosses her arms tightly around herself. Like she's shielding herself from whatever painful thing is out there. I have plenty of reasons why I shouldn't let her tag along. First and foremost, she's a civilian. Second, I have no concrete plan of action yet. I'm going into this blind. Yeah, Joey laughs every time I say that, and it's hilarious. Skibbles, if you're still not any better, and if you still don't have any voice, definitely go see a doctor. No matter how I look at it, it's simply better for her to just wait so she won't drag into might be another one of my failures. Her assumptions might be a dead end for all we know. But seeing that expression on her, hearing her speak those words out loud in a desperate, almost pleading tone, I can't bring myself to say no. So I give in, because right there, I see myself in her. The person who doesn't want to stay idle, who doesn't want to think of the problems haunting him.
All right, 5 minutes.
What? You're timing me?
Well, I can't wait forever. I'm a very busy guy. 4 minutes and 45 seconds, Isabella.
I hate you so much.
We all do.
4 minutes and 30 seconds, 29, 28. I'd hurry if I were you.
Ugh, you're awful! I hope you never get a girlfriend.
She slams the door right after, although my chuckles, the mirth and the lightness in it, linger. With her, those have always come easy somehow, even if it echoes, fades, and only the ghost of his smile remains. Go to hospital is at 9:15. Oh yeah, I hate days like that. There's no point in going to work before the appointment then. That's just a waste of everyone's time.
It's not like I'm looking for anyone else.
Oh, oh, he's totally in love with Isabella. Oh, I want to tell her. Oh. Also, look at that pajamas. It's so cute. 30 minutes of work? You should just go to work, Joey. It's not because I can't. I won't. I'm the one who's chosen not to. Until I've fixed myself. Until I've found myself underneath all that guilt and all those lies I've been telling all these years. Because no matter how heavy the weight of those feelings are, I'm not yet worthy of them. Of her. Until then, little words and gestures are the only things I can offer. Minor stuff such as digging deeper into this whole thing with BRC in order to ease her worries. I'm not even sure if this will give us anything. Unlike with the firm case, which I already had proper leads on, I'm just going by her word on this. Speaking of the Luxburn firm case, I still have to inform the professor. The apprehension's there for sure. I made a lot of promises to the man, and I would have preferred to tell him in person, not over the phone. Gonna take advice from someone wearing a pizza shirt. So, not only that, someone wearing a pizza shirt, working from home by playing video games. You just know that I'm the kind of person that you take life advice from. Come on. But it's better for him to hear it from me rather than from a stranger. The railings offer a steady support while I wait for him to answer. I'd like to think I can do this without losing my nerve. My grip on the bar surely tightens though once the call connects.
Ashton.
Not running today, Professor?
He's usually at the park on late Saturday mornings, as long as it isn't raining cats and dogs. Keeps him young and healthy, he says, and he's certainly fit for a man of his age with a sedentary job. An appointment for 1 p.m. this Wednesday, should end at 1:30. Yeah, I would go home after that, mister. I wouldn't even consider going back to school, but that's me.
Oh, no, not today.
He's definitely at the usual place, though. Cheers and laughter, likely from children and families, filter through the receiver. I tend to avoid the park precisely because of this. No use reminding myself of the could-haves when it's already over. Mom's doing well with her career. Dad's also fine the last time I visited. Although neither remarried, they're both content with their lives as it is. I'm probably the only one still caught up with it, hence my aversion. But all in all, it's still a pleasant sight to see, if you're the kind who takes joy in such sights like Professor Clark does.
Just thought I'd enjoy the nice weather before it takes a turn for the norm again.
I should work for 30 minutes, but Mr. gets to get home? Yes. Because work versus school.
And to what do I owe the pleasure?
The guy certainly seems happy right now, in any case. I almost don't want to break the news to him. But it's better to get this off quickly, as long as he doesn't shoot the messengers. He's not the type. However long-held resentment can change a person. Even someone as mild-mannered as the professor.
I was hoping to talk to you about the case.
Work makes you money for Twiggie's sub? Yeah, that's how I make a living. I suppose I'm just a downer today. As soon as I say those words, he pauses and the lightness in his voice is gone in an instant. Every time we talked about this in the past, he does that. He's probably trying to gauge the situation based on the tone of my voice. Perhaps it's a good thing I'm delivering this news through the phone. Who knows what he'll see in my face and my mannerisms. The art of keen observations? I learned it from the man. He probably already has an idea what this thing is about from my manner of speaking alone.
You aren't in trouble, are you?
Wish we had Doritos? Same. For a second, I hesitate, looking at the dirt beneath my shoes. But I manage eventually. After a long, ragged draw of breath, I pick up where I left off, though still fumbling with my words.
Well, I'm in a bit of trouble, if you can call it that.
Ashton,
He only assumes that tone when there's a reprimand at its heels.
But I'm not in danger or anything.
you've said that same excuse a million times before, Detective Inspector. That exhausted rasp in your voice tells a different story.
It's nothing like what you're thinking. Don't worry. I was just... I was taken off the Luxborn firm case.
I expect anger, frustration, or maybe even disappointment. But all he gives me is a small sigh of relief.
Is that so? Well, at least you aren't in danger. Liz wouldn't be too happy if she heard you right now.
English isn't my first language, Simon. Liz. Aunt Liz, she insisted I call her, his late wife. A sweet-tempered woman by so many standards. They were never blessed with kids and contented themselves with simply managing their bakery. But she's the closest I had to a mom in the few years that I know her. The professors, too. In the absence of my own parents in my life, the two filled the ache their divorce left in me.
Believe me, you'd get an earful. You don't want to show up on her doorstep looking like you haven't slept a wink either.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. How many years has it been since? 9? 10? I can still remember it vividly. Two men, primely dressed, briefcases in hand, and a stern look on each of their faces. Hi, Fari. Good evening. They were already frequent visitors to the bakery for a few months, something about the lot being a prime property in a downtown Luxborn. I think they were hoping to settle a deal with them, but neither of the couple gave in to their demands. Why should they? The quaint little shop was a dream for them. Aunt Liz sent me home early that night after the fruitless wait for the professor. The next morning, news of a bakery razed to the ground has spread across the whole city. One casualty. A few weeks later, the property was sold to the Wright Enterprises. A fucking hotel now stands in its place. Of course, an investigation was launched after the incident. The name Luke Wright was briefly at the center of it, but with the lack of any evidence, the case ultimately went cold. You dated her again? Fari. Based on what you have told us, that sounds like a terrible... 4th time dating? Fari. Come on. Come on. Leave. Leave her. And don't go back. The professor hides it well. However, I can tell that he hates that man to this day. He might even blame Luke Wright for every tragedy that happens in the city. He has never blamed me, though, when I'm equally as responsive. Responsive? Responsible. I knew something's off the moment these men stepped into the shop. I could have saved her that night. I could have prevented anything from happening to her, called for help or whatever. I didn't. So it continues to eat at me until today. The guilt. The Luxborn firm case would have been our chance at reopening the old case if we could prove Luke Wright on his crimes. Instead, we're back to square one. Yet all he asks for me are words of comfort. To think he could still be this concerned about me after my carelessness, after I've broken another promise a second time. People never cease to amaze me.
You might think that you have failed as an officer.
Oh shit, sorry.
More than you might think that you have failed as an officer. Or maybe you think that you have failed me. And you know more than anyone. I would love to see that man taken down. If anyone deserves to be tried in high court, it's him. But I'm glad nothing's happened to you while you were working on this. That's what's most important. I hate to get news like that again.
Suddenly he stops. I imagine a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes as he thumps the wedding band on his ring finger before he continues. Aww. Does everybody know this one professor? Apparently, this is the only professor in the entire city. He's never removed it since that day. He never once thought to remarry, even when he managed to continue with his life and return to some semblance of normalcy. It's his way of honoring her, I suppose, when he couldn't bring justice to the man responsible for his loss. Some people are just hard to forget.
It's not like another death. Yours or even his will bring back my wife.
Silence falls between us afterwards. I don't quite know what to say after that, really. Should I apologize? Show some sympathy? Going into this, I should have thought of something other than just breaking the news to him. Good night, Saima. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Appreciate it. As it is, it seems the only thing we can do is feel sorry for each other's misfortunes.
I apologize too for putting you up to this.
In another occasion, under different circumstances, I might have accepted that, but...
You didn't have to, but you've already done more than any officer who has investigated this. So don't worry about this, old man. I know your department's people all have their hands full recently too. What with the upsetting news we've been getting as of late. Deaths almost every day. I'm not entirely sure if that has anything to do with the other. It seems too big even for someone like him. But if this is that man's doing...
Professor, please.
Maybe if things around me hadn't started going beyond my control, the letter, the mansion, the supposed curse behind those, I'd still be quick to blame it all on the bastard too. But as much as I want to keep holding him responsible for it, to add another to his list of sins, it might not be the case. Agreeing will only cut a deeper wound on the professor. I don't want him to keep clinging to his resentment for much longer. He has already gone through so many years of it. This kind of anger is the sort that blinds people. Despite his reassurances, the bitterness still seeps into every syllable he utters. It's one thing for me to act like this. It's painful to watch someone I've considered a second father to go down this path.
Please don't apologize. It's really alright. I can try to get it back on Monday when I meet with the chief. No promises, but if not, I'll make sure to keep an ear out for any news. Chief said he's passing it on to a senior officer. I should be able to catch a few tidbits every once in a while. But I swear I won't just give up on this. I'll do everything in my power to get Aunt Liz's case reopened for you.
Promises. Again, a bad habit at this point. I wish I could do more for him. All this time, I prided myself for being the one to always know. Because suddenly, aside from Wright and the murders plaguing the city, I have ghosts and curses to worry about. Things that are completely out of my depth. The passion story started so late. We're surely gonna get Halloween finally with him. Yeah. For sure. It is normal, Fari. What? It's totally normal. I don't know what you're talking about. Professor Clark is right in some ways. Things would be so much easier if we just blamed Luke Wright for all of this. At least finding evidence would be a breeze, and I'd be all too happy to put him in a place he belongs. Although, if he was in any way also complicit to what's happening, legalities would have my hands tied. But maybe that's my fault. I might have missed the tickets to closing this case once and for all last night, if only I'd done a better job during the party. But then, the commotion. There was Hannah Wright and Rebecca distracting me from my purpose too. I'd include that gate crasher as well, even though it was only for a moment. So many things have gone wrong last night that...
This isn't a prank! I saw something!
Is he only now making the connection that that was not just a guest, it was a ghost? Every time she hugs her legs, I wonder what happens to her. It's not something I do because I'm sad, it's just how I sit. You know, just started calling Blade, patiently waiting for the other to pass their thoughts. Ugh, I would hate phone calls even more.
See? This is why I didn't want to tell you guys. It's not a joke. Will you guys listen to me first?
It's my time to be like, bitch, I'll hit you up in the new year? Fari. No! Leave her alone, you're not good for each other.
I saw something in the house earlier. It stood right in front of me. If I hadn't gotten away, that thing might have...
Last night at the party.
But it's real! What do you think I saw? It happened after, when I was trying to get away. I almost got stuck in the same room with that thing. We're all in danger. I thought you were my friends. Why don't you believe me?
That woman.
Why don't we all calm down first? I'm sure Isabella has her reasons too. No need to be hard on her.
Shit. If that was what Isabella had been warning us about, if it was the same thing Rebecca talked about last night, how many of these instances have I dismissed since reading that letter? How many have I ignored and passed off to some effect of fatigue and lack of sleep? I like that the call reset. Even last night, a hallucinogen. Lacing the food is the first thing I considered, purely because that's what my training dictates. Keep doing her, she will eventually trap you. She will! She will. Fari, get out of there. Get out of there, don't go back. It's a toxic relationship and you deserve better. You'll find a great bum somewhere else. That's a weird thing to say, but I really mean it. It's a mindset I've grown used to. It's the setting the gears in my head automatically takes in a situation like that. Of course, I'm not discounting all of that yet until I have enough information. Something to form a conclusion from. Proof in whatever form it may come. In whatever form it may come. It was my hobby or hers, so I chose my hobby. You should. That's a good thinking, but resist the temptation to go back, please. I'm worried about you. But thinking straight is impossible when all of a sudden, all your beliefs are being upturned in the most violent way possible at that. Jesus, I need a sounding board. I need to talk to someone, and Zach's the best person for that. Does it mean we find the scream? Hold up! Hold up! Fari! Is she a viewer? Do we know who she is? I am so confused. What convinced Ash of the ghost? He's just thinking, and he thought back to like when he saw the ghost at the mansion, and he was thinking about all the things that Isabella and Rebecca have been saying. I think he's just finally starting to put the pieces together.
I have to go, Professor.
Oh, no problem. But what are you...
I don't have time to stop and listen to what the professor has to say as I cut the call short. Broke up the first time we didn't shield stream. Oh, right, okay. I was confused for a moment. Because if she made you choose between gaming and her, it would be weird if she watched streams. I am a mellow fellow, that is true. Well done. In the same second, Isabella emerges from her apartment, fully dressed and ready for the day. And yeah, we've been in this place right here for like 5 hours. Can we let me make terrible choices and judge Twiggie's lack of spine to be able to sit? No. As usual, she greets me with a smile, but it falls just as fast once she catches a glimpse of my face. Shame. That would have been the first comforting thing I see today. It annoys me that I'm partially responsible for the worried one replacing it. I must look close I'm God damn, I'm having so much trouble talking today. I must look close to a picture of someone choking or dying, because there's nothing but concern in the first words she speaks.
Ash, are you... Do you need to go to the bathroom?
Yeah, no, I don't, okay? But we should hurry. Come on, don't forget to lock your door.
Yes, Joey, just today.
Seriously, you look like you're about to fall over. Are you alright? Because if you're planning to faint right here, I won't be able to carry you.
Yes, don't mind me. I just remembered some stuff from last night.
There's a demon and everyone gets a letter that lets them see the demon or something like that. Yeah. Although, things have changed a little bit, and we're not 100% sure if the letter is what makes them see the demon anymore. Which is something that I hope will be clarified now. Joey! You know I'm just being sassy. I mean, what? Think maybe it's a mansion instead? Yeah. We don't know. That's, there are so many theories floating around, and we're really excited to figure out where it goes.
I need to talk to Z-Man about this. Mind if we drop by his place first?
Shouldn't we call him? To let him know? It's still pretty early, though we'd probably arrive there around noon. Also, what do you mean about this? Is Zach?
He was also there when I opened the letter, right? He read it too. I'm sure he's fine, but it wouldn't hurt to check on him. To make sure. See if he'll say the same things you told me yesterday.
If he's also been seeing things. If it's also the same woman I saw last night.
I'm not saying there's really a curse yet, but we have to look at this from every possible angle. And don't worry, he won't mind. He's probably just watching TV right now. Let's go.
Okay, but speak up if you're not feeling well. You really look like you're choking on something.
An excuse to get more sake in there? Yeah, sake is great.
You didn't have to do this for me in the first place.
You know it's not as simple as that.
Did the priest see the letter? No. We don't think so. The priest only went to the mansion and he was definitely cursed. Oh god, there were so many bad quotes. There were so many bad quotes. God. Wait, did I miss it? Oh. We head down to my car in record time, with not a single second wasted to hit the road and drive to Zach's place. If any one of us, other than Isabella, who knows anything about what's going on, what can help sort the muddled mess my mind is? So many quotes in general, I just kind of blocked them out at this point. Probably... Good thing... Oh god. Well, I say them, but they're all taken out of context. And it makes me look bad. It's got to be him. He'll listen to her. Zach's the kind of person... No. Zach's the kind who prefers to laze around his apartment on a weekend, especially after having a busy week like the last one. The big guy's nowhere in sight, though, when I arrive in his unit. The context for quote 157 is that I had pain in my tooth and my tongue kept touching it, which made it be worse, and people said, "Don't touch it!" And I'm like, but my tongue just happens to land there sometimes. Gonna run for USA president and just deny everything we quote? Yes. Joey! The big guy's nowhere in sight, though, when I arrive in his unit. Figures. People don't seem to be where they should be when I need them. Looking around, I find no sign to where he might have gone to. He usually leaves a note on his fridge. That went well, Simon. Oh, God. I find no sign to where he must have gone to. He usually leaves a note on his fridge if he's out for the day, just in case someone drops by. As there isn't one, he probably just went for a quick walk. So, Zach is basically in the park meeting Kylie and saw Kylie as the ghost. And he's gonna come home from that and see these people in his apartment. So that's where we're at. I hope. Maybe he ran out of eggs or something and went to buy some. He is out of eggs, after all. It puts my running mind to a rest for a while. He always have to have some, be it for an omelette or something he's baking.
Ash, should you be rummaging around?
Good night, G. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Sleep well.
It's bad enough we went in here without asking for his permission.
You're fine, Joey. Being on the chat side is more fun than being on Twiggie's side? Wow, thank you. Thank you. Come over to Billy Twiggy, then Rigobot steals our point because of it. What?
Chill, I'm just looking.
Actually, I could also go for a fucking pie right now, but Zach's fridge is next to empty, save for a few leftovers. All I can do is sigh as I close it behind me.
If you see me take anything, feel free to call the police.
Isabella's quick to shoot me a sharp glare, and another chuckle slips from me, despite the unease in my stomach. But the chair only lasts a mere seconds. Mostly because she hasn't been in the mood for any sort of friendly banter. It's the silence that's telling, and a quiet Isabella. It's usually the first recipe for an incoming shitstorm.
Do you always do this whenever you visit another person's house? Because I have a lot of questions about your methods.
Okay, someone's a little uneasy, so I'm just gonna try and see if I can calm him down. Pierce wants a giveaway. Sorry. I'm just gonna see if he will allow me to calm him down a little bit. I'll be right back.
Ugh. Ugh.
We have very loud neighbors, and whenever he hears them, he's not happy. He's not happy at all, are you? No. So this is my dog. You all probably know him by now, but he's the best. He's the best. Yes, you are. He's very cute. And he's not a fan of being on camera, but sometimes I manage to make him stay for a little while. He's allowing this ever so briefly. Yeah, it'll take like 5 minutes tops until he's out of here. I don't know why. I don't know why he just doesn't want to let me love him.
Just with Zach.
Alright. I'm still worried for our friend, of course, and despite what's bothering Isabella, she's anxious too. She's been standing by the doorway for a few good minutes now, since we entered Zach's place in fact. Doesn't seem to know what to do with herself. But as much as I want to put her at ease, her nervous tics are starting to get to me. The manner in which she makes herself smaller, the way she fidgets with her hands, clasping them one moment and unfurling in the next. It's distracting enough that I want to ask what's wrong. I doubt she'll give me a straight answer though, and the best I can do is help her temper it.
You don't have to hang around the door. We might be here for a while. You can sit down.
She hesitates for a second, but eventually takes the empty seat by Zach's study table. I just want you to cuddle, okay? Ugh.
Aren't we going to look for him?
I'm just gonna put on auto for this.
Sure, we can, but where are we going to start? I can think of a few places he might be, but Luxburn's a big city. I don't want to miss the big guy if we leave, and...
I trail off, making vague gestures in the general direction of Zach's bed. The messy bed suggests he was out in a hurry. He didn't even bother to fold the sheets. His cell phone's been left behind as well. Another odd thing when he has made it a habit to never leave it behind in case a client calls.
At least the locked door points to the fact that it wasn't a forced exit.
That seems to reassure her, but not so much. Understandable. Anything might have happened. I tried! I tried, guys! I did my best! He was a Becca fan and can't forgive you? I don't think he liked Becca that much. I think he liked Hana because Hana is a dog person. In hindsight, I really shouldn't have let Rebecca alone either. We'll have to check on her later. In the meantime, Zach, but with no other clue where he is and no other way to contact him, we'll have no choice but to wait. Sure, I could give the room another thorough run-through, but I don't think Zach would appreciate me upending his place. Isabella won't let me do that either. Besides, I haven't eaten anything yet. Isabella probably hasn't too. We did leave in a hurry. Might as well have taken this chance to cool down a little bit, right? Where is Zach now? I think he's in the park. Because he went to the park and he saw Kylie as a ghost, and then he ran home. And later that day, he came home to find them in his apartment. So I think that's where he is right now. Hi, Skiptis! See you, Fari. Thank you so much for being here. Have a good night. Anything to distract myself so I don't just charge headfirst because of whatever paranoid scheme that comes to mind. Isabella is with me. I can't be reckless. Returning to the kitchen, the first thing I see is a bag of chips when I rifle through his cupboards. So, the company that made this game is called Yang Yang's Mobile or something, and this is their logo. That cheap. It's fantastic, and they've used it so many times in this game. There's no snow outside. So you went from like -20 and snow and ice everywhere. How warm is it now? Because we've had like +11 degrees in the past few days. It is fantastic. After muttering a permission and an apology, its owner won't hear. I grab it. Oh, you're back in Stockholm. Okay, that makes more sense. It's nice though, isn't it? Isabella doesn't admit shooting me another glare, but she doesn't really make an effort to stop me this time. She ignores my offer of food though. So instead, I sit myself on Zach's old couch and I turn on the television. Isabella's silent might not be too heavy, but it sure as hell is awkward. The screen lights up, right as some awful noontime drama starts airing on Channel 9. Nothing like sitting in front of the TV with a mindless drone running in the background to waste away the time. And waste it away we do. Don't know why everyone still wears a thick jacket. I spent so much for just a hoodie. I still wear like a thick jacket and a thick hoodie and like fleece leggings. And like thick winter shoes that are lined with wool. So I'm one of those people. The afternoon has hit its last few hours when movements come from the other side of the door, and Zach's heavy treads break the monotonous dribble from the TV. The lock clicks, the knob turns, and slowly it swings open to reveal a very exhausted-looking Zach. Wear super hoodie and short shirt. Ugh. It's too cold, though. Hi, Lorna Logan! You can have that shirt, too. I'll send you the link, and if you use promo code Twiggie, you'll get an error at checkout. True story. A very exhausted-looking Zach. What? Did you run a marathon?
Sup, Z-Man?
Hey, Zach. Sorry we just barged in here. Ash was...
I haven't used my winter coat this entire winter? What? But it's been so cold! Coat sort of blanket of the clothing world? Exactly. I just want to be warm and comfortable. That's all I want in my life. And also, however much I would love to take credit for that joke, I can't. Because it's a revealing too much joke. Revealing too much came up with it, and I shamelessly stole it. But it is funny.
Relax. Z-Man gave me a copy of the key himself.
Light as my tone might be, his arrival eases the restless edge in me. Who knows what I would have done if something bad had happened to one of my friends.
Hello, friend.
Oh my god! You guys! Tragically Hip, thank you so much for the 3-month resub! That's really, really much appreciated. And Shank, thank you so much for that raid. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that. Thank you. How are you guys doing? It's good to see you. How did your colony go in RimWorld? Are you still alive? Are you still alive, or is everything burning? Hi Mulrig, hi Nerdstrom. Good evening. You got the Twitch integration going? Ooh, nice. How is that going for you? Is it making clips or tried being fast? Your effort was appreciated, Joey. Is everyone bacon? Yeah, that's like the most important question. Been good so far? Oh, I'm glad to hear it. It's fun playing with Twitch integration, isn't it? For the most part. But it adds like this whole new level to the game, and at least I think it's been very interesting. And it adds a little more, like, just a little more collaboration almost with the chat, which is nice. Good night, Joey. Sleep well. Good luck tomorrow, and we'll see you later. Mister, careful. Careful. Choose your words carefully.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
A fire! Sail! Oh, the burning! It burns me!
Pierce!
Oh, the school children! Ah! Oh, me! This isn't a fever! Sing, Gray! Can't even see where the dove is!
Pierce, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs. That's very, very kind. Thank you so much. I appreciate the generosity a lot. Thank you. Did they upgrade the Twitch integration mod? I mean, last time I played with it, it seemed like it just disabled all other events, which let's put it this way, there wasn't a single negative event over the course of like 3 seasons in-game. So I don't know. It definitely needs some further work, yeah. But it works fairly well for what it is. Thank you so much, Pierce. Very, very generous and kind. I know, mister. I'm just giving you a hard time. Not a single negative event in 3 seasons. But everyone still died? No? No one died! Stop! Stop being liked by your viewers. I don't know what to respond to that. I almost said I'm trying, but that's not really what I'm trying. I'm not trying to stop being liked. I don't know what's... So... We're too wholesome sometimes. Yes. Sometimes. Every now and then. You guys are great. You know that. But, we're not gonna get mushy. We're not gonna get mushy because it's no special occasion to get mushy about. I haven't been drinking, so we're not gonna mush. We are gonna play a game. Who knows what I would have done if something bad had happened to one of my friends. If another minute had gone by without him showing up, I might have resorted to unconventional methods.
Only after you broke the 13th one? I can't keep replacing them every time you think it'd be a good idea to break into my apartment.
You could get mushy if I wanted to. Could you? You can drink for me, Skiptis. I'm okay with that. Drink away, my friend. I don't know why I said it like that.
And stop calling me Z-Man!
It even says Z-Man. Oh, Ash.
I didn't break anything this time.
Ash, just because I gave you a key doesn't mean you can just stroll in here whenever you want to.
I would be so pissed off if I gave a friend a key and they proceeded to just walk into my apartment whenever they wanted to. I would be so pissed. I would take that key away from them in a heartbeat.
And hey, is that my...
It's scary how the friendly banter and easy smile come naturally. I do it even without thinking, and that speaks volumes about how comfortable I am around him. That's nice, isn't it? What makes me afraid of it, however, is the idea that a time might come where I might just do this without even meaning to and offend him in some way. The friendship we have might be closer than most I've shared with others, but there are boundaries you can't cross without the other's permission. Zach's been respectful of that so far, neither asking about my parents or what happened to them. Yes, we're playing as Ash. We're progressing rapidly through this game. And with rapidly, I mean in 30 plus hours. So yeah. Also, this is the scroll bar of Ash's chapter. There's so much. There's so much. We're here. We have been playing Ash's chapter for about 2 hours, and we're here. What the hell is Luce going to look like? No clue. Not a single clue. Me, I'd bet he'd say, not so much. It's also this easy banter that makes me wish we could just stay like this. No worries, no problems. Just potato chips and the debate on whether or not I deserve them. And I'm gonna have to fall asleep, so I'll migrate. Fall asleep, mister! Good luck and good night. Don't be too scared of the ghost. What happened to Marianne? She did not bang Hana, and yeah, she's locked in a dungeon. I can show you a picture of it, because it sounds so outrageous, but she is actually 100% locked in a dungeon. Here she is. Oh, hang on! Look at how the ghost looks like right here when it's the blonde. Memory fragments. I kind of want to try to show you the memory fragments without showing you the ones that I haven't unlocked on stream. Because, I don't want to spoil that. Oh no. That is 100% the same girl. Just show them all, should we? Okay. This is the first memory fragment for the first chapter. That is 100% the ghost. And these are the Ermin guards. I kind of don't want to show the other one because you can just see the little picture right there. That's all you get. That's all you get. All right. No. Yeah, we're not showing that full screen. It's not. You can live without it. You can look it up alone if that's what you want to do. Go to bed, mister. If you aren't gonna show it, can you explain it? No. What's that sound bit? I apparently say no quite often, and it was made into a sound clip. Right. But as usual, something always cuts moments like this short.
Of course he eats all of it. You know, I was saving that for the weekend. Did you at least share some with Bella?
Don't worry about it. I'm good, Zach.
He's not my friend anymore. I went on holiday with my father. We had an extra key hidden in case he would get stuck without keys. Uh-huh. He lacks a drinking place for the weekend with one other guy and went to my father's house to drink with the spare key. Ah, I would be extremely pissed about that as well. Oh god. That is so disrespectful. Can you read some erotic fanfiction for it? I think in order to be able to do that, which I don't want to, I would have to register with a website that is not Twitch. That's all I'm gonna say. And that's probably not happening. I would say there's like a 98% that that's not happening. Take that as you will. Could you even keep a straight face while doing it? Probably, yes. No, Skibbles, I'm good. I'm alright. You don't have to do that.
Really? It's free food, you know? What was that you usually say? You don't say no to free food? What happened?
No, I'm just not hungry.
Although her tone forces him to do a double take, Zack doesn't push it. The question's all too clear in his eyes when he glances my way, though. I really wish I could answer him. Despite my best efforts, Isabella has been unforthcoming as well. That reminds me of one of my favorite jokes of all time. Forgot one beer bottle in the sauna. Looking at it for your father, he doesn't drink at all and is really against it. Oof. Yeah, that could have been really bad. Ah, what a disrespectful friend. I would be so pissed.
You can't say that and now say the joke. Come on now.
You are right. I was gonna say it. Thank you for the vid, Skibbles. And the joke is, it's really awkward to say the joke. Like, I usually type them out and you can just type it without any preface, but whatever. The Lord said to John, "Come forth and receive eternal life." But alas, John came fifth, so he won a toaster. It's one of my favorite jokes of all time. It's so good. Come on! It's funny. I might have shared it once in Discord because I told it to another streamer with text-to-speech, and yeah.
Ba-dum bum.
Yes, I have a sound clip for that. Anyway. One of those people who laugh at a bunch of my jokes too? Yes.
Please kill me now.
Thank you for the bit, Smallrig. Explains why you're friends with Neko too? Yes. Let's just say that there were a lot of jokes like that when we worked together. What an amazing dad joke earlier in Frustration to Hell on Me. I can't share it everywhere. The pun is in Swedish. You can still share it here, because I'll probably understand it. Alright. What am I supposed to do? I can't just force her to speak, can I? She's not a criminal to be interrogated. She's a friend, for Pete's sake. It's a good thing Zack has a better handle of the situation than I, and soon enough, he changes the subject. Where it leads to isn't necessarily the better topic, however.
Aye. But if you want something, just say so. I've got a fully restocked pantry right here at your disposal. Still not a 5-star level thing, but for an empty stomach, it'd do.
This is not the day where they ate ham, right? No, that was like a week ago.
Just say the word.
Thanks, Zack. Maybe next time. Food.
Oh, sorry.
Ash, he's the one who...
I keep accidentally clicking and it skips the conversation, and it's not my intention. She stumbles onto one of her uncertain silences again before glancing my way. There's a plea in there for me to take the lead in this, but where do we start? The mansion? The strange things we've been seeing? The letter? Even I'm afraid of what he might say. I can't even believe I'm considering taking a deeper look into this whole thing in the first place, but here I am.
Please don't tell me something happened again.
No, nothing. None so far. And we're keeping it that way as much as possible.
Ash, it's not that easy. This isn't some...
We don't know that. Let me...
Sometimes I amaze myself for how much I try for her. But what else can I offer her? I was the first one who brushed her off. We've all been given our warnings that day, and in that desperate, pleading tone of hers. And I just stood there, judging her. This is the least I can do. Perhaps even to make up for all those other times I've hurt her. This is a good one, skip this. Whispering is a thing, yes. It is a thing, Simon. You can either click someone's username, I think, and select whisper, or you can just type /W and then their username and then the whisper, I think.
Let me look at this first, okay? I agreed to help, but you've got to let me handle things from now on.
I already told you everything.
There must be something we're not seeing in this just yet. We'll sort this out, but no more silly ideas and running around on your own. You're making people worry more than necessary. Becca, especially.
So everything's fine?
Depends on who you're asking.
Was interested to see the news about Becca at this point. I am very interested about that too. And I wonder if they will sort of understand that it's because of the ghost. Or if... No, because she called Ash and she basically talked to him as if she was gonna commit suicide. Ah. I still wonder why she did that. Why couldn't she just have been, Hana is after me and she's a ghost and please help me? That was really strange. But oh well.
How are things with you? Anything odd?
Good, I guess. Admittedly, how things went down at the housewarming party last night threw me off a bit.
I'm not asking about that. Remember the letter thing Isabella's been yapping on about? I'm asking about that kind of odd.
As expected, Zach starts to look at me like I've grown a second head. Yeah. I would too if there was ever a universe where I was standing in front of myself. Because even as a child, I never believed in ghost stories. The Lucky Charms and mystical objects from my mother have always been stored away, given as paltry gifts to those who would appreciate them more.
Well, the dreams, they're a lot worse than usual.
And you just saw Kylie as a demon child!
There's a woman now, ever since we saw that letter. I don't know if it's the same one Isabella talked about. Maybe it is, maybe it ain't. I really don't want to go back to sleep sometimes. Last night was the worst.
She's not a demon child, Skibbles.
Anyway, why are you asking about this?
Rose's death isn't just a coincidence, Zach. It may have something to do with... I may have...
Wait. Stop right there for a sec, Bella. I thought you ain't buying this stuff, Ash. Just the other day, you said the exact same thing.
Granted, I haven't eliminated every single possibility here yet, but what else is there to get off from here? Orion spell, which is a big waste of space. Oh god. The worried look Sax shoots my way doesn't help one bit in helping me gather my thoughts either, when that's what I came here for. Somehow, everyone's suddenly just so worried about me. It's not like I'm pulling this out of my ass.
I still don't, but even Rebecca, out of all people, claims there's something. Whatever this is, someone has got to look into it. Everything about this screams shady.
And along with Isabella's warnings, what's occurring around Zack? What's happening around Luxborn since Isabella found the letter?
Have you two seen the news this morning?
Zack's puzzled expression is enough answer. Of course he hasn't. Another night, another nightmare. Welcome back, Ikalia. The guy most likely went out as soon as he got out of bed to shake the images off. The memories have never really left him. Isabella, though.
I haven't, actually. Mama called, and I was busy.
That could easily mean anything. Did her Kuya her older brother end up in jail again? She's had to bail him out numerous times in the past, though all that did was piss her off, not sap out every ounce of cheer in her. I am worried that her dad is taking a turn for the worse. Everything got weirder, and Ashel isn't such an asshole after all. Yeah, pretty much. Or is it the other older brother? The younger one who keeps insisting that he'll quit school so she could come home? That was 2 years ago, and as far as I know, she's already sorted that one out. It couldn't have been her father, right? With the mansion sale, she's earned enough to cover every bill for a while. It should. So, what is it then?
No problem. It should be in the afternoon news as well.
Whatever's bugging her, I doubt it's something meant for casual discussion, else she would have mentioned it sooner. Tucking my curiosity for later, I take the remote and begin cycling through the channels. A distraction. Not a good one, I admit, but it's definitely better than leaving her to brood. Eventually, I find one doing a recap of this morning's reports. And there it is. The poor guy's unidentifiable with how badly his body's been burned. Then what the fuck is that picture? Did you identify him? Murder via arson? That's the only logical explanation if I was the officer looking into it. Except, they couldn't find the source of the fire. The fire didn't even spread.
Found dead in the early hours of the morning today. The fire was contained within the room and no other tenants were harmed, according to Luxbourne police.
They're going to consider spontaneous human combustion soon enough if they don't find anything else. But what's important for everyone to note is the state of the room.
A similar writing was found in another victim's room from last week's incident. Both were employees of Briar Realty Corporation. LBN has reached out to the...
Like what happened to Cooper. Hell, I wonder how many other deaths like this I've missed while looking into raids. Anselm Butcher case. Isn't the place called Anselm Village? Or am I making that up? I think it's called Anselm Village, and I think they just named it after the place. The LPD is already thinking it's a serial killer at this point. How long until they consult with the London Metropolitan, I'm not sure. The Anselm Butcher has always been an enigma, even to people within the city. Gone for a few years, then into the next. One body after another is found. Merely handling the case is apparently driving the chief inspector insane years ago. You never did find out who committed those murders. It's an easy thing to miss, Hope. Don't feel bad about it. Maybe now, this time.
This is because of that thing, isn't it? I did this somehow.
One theory that I have, which is like my least favorite theory of them all, is that the ghost... If we go under the assumption that the ghost is the slave from many, many years ago, that she was somehow burned around Halloween, and that this whole curse thing is centered around Halloween, and that after the... Because our journal only goes to November 1st. So what if after Halloween, it just goes away? Because it's like the timed thing, you know? If that's the case, I will be severely disappointed. And no, they're not. What day is it? It's the 29th. Rebecca doesn't die until tomorrow. Tonks missed jumping up in my lap, somehow kicked my computer tower and reset my PC. What a bad kitty. I'm kidding, of course. But that's rude. That is super rude. How does she miss jumping up into your lap? Strange. Her words all come out like a whisper, but each syllable lingers in the air, heavy with her guilt. In the thick tension of the room, they strike harsher than any of the things we've said. She just wants cuddles, aww. However, she also has to understand, know that she isn't the only one on this. Kind of half committed to it and didn't get all the way up. Ah. So almost a bit annoying That if she just committed a little bit more. Do better, Tonks. No one has asked her to take this upon herself. Rebecca won't. Zach won't. I sure as hell won't.
It ain't too late. We could still fix this. There's 3 of us here. 4 if you count Rebecca.
No, she's staying away from this. I don't want to involve her in this any more than I already have.
Like her 5th time
Both of you
affair
as well.
My god, Kat, just stay. Don't leave and just come back right after.
I already said it. That's completely out of the question. Stop asking.
Encouragements aside, this still is a whole fucking mess and we're in it blind. The only way to make it worse is if we start running around like a bunch of headless chickens. But I have a concrete plan now, I think. She stays stronger than Link. Do you really want to bet on that? He gets a couple of hours of walking daily and he jumps a lot. Don't be so sure. Maybe Isabella's right. Maybe we should dig deeper into BRC itself. Maybe we are looking at it the wrong way. Longer! Oh. You have a point. I misread that. He just looked at me. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? In that case, you're right. I figured it meant stronger because she keeps jumping up and down. My suspicions are mine for the moment. The details are something Zach doesn't need to know until I have something to show. It's enough that he's aware that I have an idea in mind. For his part, Z-Man doesn't push it, and nothing but a heavy silence leads our departure hours later. Seriously, Zach would probably make a more responsible officer than me, if he only had the heart to join the force. We could certainly use more kind people like him. But as good as that thought is, I push all of it into the back of my mind as Isabella and I head for my car. Tonight, I can't stay distracted. Except for a few half-hearted attempts to get some kind of reaction from Isabella, the drive to BRC is quiet. Awkward affair. More so, the hour-long wait for nightfall. Boo-foo! Boo-foo! Thank you so much for that raid! Thank you very much! I really appreciate that. It's super kind. I hope you had a great stream. How are you doing? My god, you're gaining viewers fast. Thank you very, very much. How are you? How's it going? Oh, sorry, I should probably sit up a little bit. Hi, Ninja Queen! Hi, Punchbug! Good to see you guys. Was it more personal viewers? Yeah, but still, it counts. It counts. Thank you, Ninja! I like it too. It's great, isn't it? How are you guys doing though, everyone? It's good to see you. Hope you're all having a great day. We're making a lot of progress in the letter. We finished Rebecca's chapter and we're playing as Ashton now. And I think, or I hope, that we're finally gonna get some answers. Because right now we're with we're Ashton, Isabella, and Zach, and we are we're investigating into BRC because we think that the BRC is somehow related. You have missed so much. Good night, Hope. Thank you so much for hanging out. Hope you sleep well. Played this game a couple of months ago. Oh, Punchbug, I love it. I am so... I'm not gonna say obsessed, but I'm just so, like, and what's the word I'm looking for? I'm just so wrapped up in this game, and I say obsessed? No. But seriously, I was a little skeptical during the first chapter. Enthralled was one of the... Yes, thank you. That's the word I was looking for. But I was a little skeptical during the first chapter, but then as we started Hana's chapter, I was just 100% on board. And it just got better and better. Zachary's chapter was amazing. Marianne's was, yeah. Rebecca's was very interesting. And I have a feeling that Ashton, we're not too far into Ashton's story, but I have a feeling that it's going to lead to a lot of cool stuff. Oh, I wonder what this update is. The branch up here. Oh god, we have so much. We have so much coming for us. But yeah, I was skeptical in the beginning, but it just got better and better, and now I usually only play horror games during weekends, but I figured this is not really a horror game. It's a story game, and that means I can play it all week. So that's what I've been doing. Your 100% buddy's looking less and less likely with this timeline. I know. Because it's not just replaying this timeline. It's replaying all the other timelines to make different things. Ugh. There was a dead end in the middle of the branch tree, was there? Oh god, I hope not. That would be terrible. What if there's like a scripted death like somewhere here? Okay, I'm not gonna look. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, okay? You put it away. No, 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 no. She's addicted and not playing this game in favor of something else that's real horror to her. Addicted is not the word I would use. It's just that all I want to do is play this game, and I don't want to play anything else, and I just want to see what every story leads to. That's it! Even with only the two of us, the place is rife with tense energy. Only a matter of minutes now. But the ticking seconds don't take away the edge. And for the 5th time, I reach out and fiddle with the radio, adjusting and turning the knobs with no real purpose. Oh, not Adventure on so far ahead. Okay, okay. Tokyo Dark? That does not sound familiar, Punchbug. Is it similar to this? Is it similar to this? I'm adding it to my wish list. Alright, I'll keep an eye out for it, because that... I'm intrigued. We're a visual novel stream now. Yeah, this stream is gonna be 100% visual novels. We're never gonna play anything else. That's it. That's what we're rebranding my stream into. I'm sorry, guys. It's happening. It's a nervous quirk I've developed and never bothered to correct during stakeouts. Something to keep my mind occupied during long nights. What else is there for me to do? The person I usually count on for a casual, out-of-the-blue chat refuses my attempts at starting one.
Ash, out with it!
What?
Ash, out with it! If you have something to say.
We're missing subtitles! How dare they? The way she quickly falters into silence after, in spite of the tone she takes though. It makes me doubt if she really means everything she's telling me right now. She hasn't even glanced my way since we arrived.
Having second thoughts? You can still back out if you want.
We're just going to my office. Why should I?
Dunno. You can get in trouble maybe. This isn't exactly legal.
And her office is the last place she saw the ghost as far as we know. Scope BRC out, see if the real estate company has any more information that may be of help. Find things about the Cooper and the other agents assigned to the Ermengarde mansion. According to Isabella, it's the last property the victims have worked on. Sure, I could also check the station for full reports. That's the easy, semi-legal way. But I don't want to bump into the chief right now. The guys at the precinct will definitely throw me out of his orders as soon as they see me. Not that my plan right now is any better. I'm just breaking into a different place, more or less, with a civilian to boot. The latter still doesn't sit well with me. It never will, especially if this might put her in a very tricky situation afterwards. She's been very careful when it comes to her work. Almost a model employee, as people would say. Why is she throwing caution to the wind now?
I'm not an employee here. I'm not supposed to be looking for any confidential stuff. only people like you are privy to.
If you mentioned earlier that this is your plan, I might have had enough time to think about it. I already promised to help if you need access to those files. I didn't think you'd want to see them this soon and in this way. Besides, the same goes for you, right? You were taken off your case. Won't you get in trouble with your boss?
Well, I don't know. Well, I don't know. Now I'm nervous. Honestly, it's a toss-up between breaking into her office or into Wright's mansions. We're gonna hear Becky's call from Ash's point of view soon. Ugh. But I don't want that. I don't want that! Can we just skip that? As it stands, I'll have an easier time getting in there first. After all, why would someone want to break into a realty company? Been here many times before anyway, for a few casual visits when I wanted to bug Scaredy Cat. Over the years, I've more or less grown familiar with their security setup and how badly staffed they are. Plus, it's an old building. If the bankruptcy rumors are true, it just means their access protocols might also be outdated.
Still, I can do this on my own, you know.
Really? And how are you even planning to get into our office without an access card? Please explain.
Well, I was going to pry open the card reader and use a gecko.
You're a hopeless case. I really want to know why no one has locked you up yet.
Yet you're helping me with this. Willingly. I don't think that'll sit well with the Philippine embassy either. Chances are you'll probably get deported the minute they find out.
Low blow, I know. But it is worth a shot when she can still turn back. It's not like I don't have any means of getting into the place. With or without her, I have a way.
At least I have a reason to be snooping about. My badge and rank can speak for me in case things go south. You?
For a passing second, it seems to work. A hint of panic and hesitation flashes across her features when she looks at me with searching eyes. Well, technically, he's not wrong. I mean, she was just gonna live here for like a year or two? Okay, probably not the embassy, but... you know. They were working together. I don't know. I don't know what's gotten into his head right now. Then unexpectedly, it dissolves. Not behind the fear I'm anticipating, but underneath something sharp and staring. I'm not sure what she sees exactly, or what she's hoping to find in the short while she holds my gaze. All of it merely goes unspoken, and no longer than a minute later, she simply averts her attention back to the window, training it once again, at some point outside.
Isabella, please, now's not the time.
It's too late for that, Ash. Give it a rest.
An appeal, spoken in a voice too harsh coming from her. Perhaps unintentional, perhaps one that's already too exhausted of everything's going on lately. It's hard not to concede when she takes on that tone, and soon, despite myself, I sigh, tucking away every concern I've been lugging around, in favor of trusting her on this, according to her same confidence she has implicitly given me all this time.
Alright, okay, if that's what you want. And don't worry, I didn't mean what I said earlier. I won't let anything happen to you.
Thanks, Gibbles. Her lips briefly turn up in a smile, though none of the cheer reaches her eyes.
Just get this over with, okay? Everyone should be out of the office by now.
Somehow, the uncertainty in her posture makes me wonder if she intended it as some kind of comforting gesture. Whether it's for me or for her, she doesn't let me find out. Without saying another word, she exits the car, while I'm left scrambling and chasing after her. She's already at the side entrance, a hand raised on a card reader beside it, and another poised to push the door open when I catch up to her. Whatever doubt there's been in her face a while ago, it's gone. Seeing her like this makes it easier to believe my worries are unfounded, that things might go smoothly this time.
And where do you think you kids are going?
Oh no.
It's late. Most offices in this building have already closed up shop for the weekend.
The bloke seems friendly enough, though one can't really tell from his voice alone. He might be the wary sort for all I know. Keeping an unconcerned face and aloof air won't hurt, until I figured out how to wiggle out of this situation.
Just come back on Monday if you have important business.
But from the way Isabella's face brightens up, it looks as if though getting through won't be much of a problem. He's probably been working here for a few months already then. Maybe around 4 to 6 months max. Otherwise, he would have recognized Isabella or me at first glance. I haven't shown my face here since I've been reassigned to the firm case a year ago. In the first place, none of the security officers ever lasted a year in service. The longest was around 7.5? I'll give this guy around that before he gets fired or finds a better paying job. For the moment, his too friendly attitude is almost a gift.
Hey, Seb!
Oh, look who we have here. Been a few days since I last saw that ponytail in here, Santiago?
Seems sketchy if they can't keep security there a year. Yes, very much so.
Close enough!
Wait, don't tell me yet. I'll get it right this time. Sanchez!
You were closer the first time?
Drat, I swear it is
Oh, this is so awkward.
I can't remember.
I take it back. This geezer is not gonna last past this month. He can't even remember a regular employee's name.
Alrighty, I'm sure of it this time. Centillon?
Still a ways off, Seb.
Isabella, we don't have all night.
I know, just let me handle this.
I don't think her voice changed. Not that I can, not that I notice.
Sorry, Seb. Some other time. We're in a bit of a hurry. I just need to get a few things from my cubicle. Important work stuff, you know? Is it okay if we drop upstairs for a sec?
Oh, absolutely. No, go right ahead. As long as you have your access card with you, we're good. Not sure if I'm allowed to let your boyfriend in, though.
Who, me?
My what?
Your boyfriend. The guy with you, isn't he?
It's a fair observation if I do say so myself. Needless to say, the silence that descends is both uncomfortable and terribly awkward. Although the latter is probably coming mostly from me, because in the next second, Isabella laughs. Laughs. Lighter than the ones I've heard from her lately. A comforting sound, really, after seeing her in such a dour mood since this morning. That's the second time they've said dour mood. I've never heard that before. First time I assumed it was a typo and that they meant sour mood, but... I don't know. It is a real word. Because it just seems so much like a typo. It is a real word. Okay. Even if it all subsides into mere chuckle sooner than I'd like. It's comforting to see that I'm at least partially responsible for it, despite my poor heart being beaten to a sorry pulp. No, I never heard dour before. I've never heard anyone use it.
Oh. Oh, no! No. He's definitely not my boyfriend.
She might as well have set it on fire and reduce it to dust while she's at it. Frankly, the number of no's in that sentence alone is a bit too much. Christ, one would have been enough to get the message across. Did you really have to put it this way?
That's impossible! Stop being funny, Seb.
He is very much in love with Isabella. Skip this.
No. I'll go on ahead, okay?
She quickly shuffles aside with nothing more than a small wave, leaving behind an even more awkward atmosphere for me to wade through. It would have been bearable if I didn't have to suffer through a stranger's amusement. Alas, woe is me.
Not the boyfriend, but close to it, huh?
Mind your own business.
Kids these days. Good to see her up and about, though. Thought for sure she'd up and disappear like the others.
Excuse me?
You know, stuff in the news.
You mean what happened with Rose Cooper?
If I'm gonna be stuck here with him for a while, I might as well try to gather as much intel as I can from him. He may just be a guard, someone with no real authority, but most of the time, people like him are the ones who know more than they let on. Just because I'm oblivious to girls doesn't mean I'm oblivious to guys. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but even before that, we've got a couple of good blokes we never saw again.
Really? Those guys could have just resigned for all you know.
Dunno, I only catch tidbits of stuff from over here. Oh, seriously, I heard the branch is getting flushed soon, but that's no excuse for anarchy.
Maybe the guard shouldn't be joking up people in his building missing. What?
Figures why Boss Man's been in an awful temper these past months.
They managed to strike a good deal with the mansion in Ansem, right? That didn't do the trick?
Didn't seem like it. The bloke shouting like no tomorrow again. Wasn't very pleased when Gurley called and asked for another leave yesterday afternoon.
Gurley? Isabella?
It's not too surprising, considering she's already been gone for 3 days. Now she's asking for another? Not that it's a bad thing. It's within her rights as an employee, but Isabella rarely uses her work leaves.
Yeah, poor lassie if you ask me. She found him a buyer for that mansion after all. The least he could do is be considerate to her after a family member's passing.
Oh no! Oh my god, and she didn't tell us? She's been dealing with this alone and she didn't tell us? Captain Panda, thank you so much for following. Oh. That is just sad. Why hasn't she told us?
Wait, what?
The rumors, BRC, Rose Cooper's, missing in action employees. All of it ceases to matter in that instant. Almost on instinct, my eyes zero in on the intercom speaker, as if staring daggers at it will show me the man behind the voice so I can see the truth in his face myself.
Oh, you don't know?
Oh, that is so sad. Welcome, Captain Panda. I hope you're doing well.
No, what?
Nothing. I shouldn't be the one you're asking, and, you know, things might get a bit boring here. No one really wants to hear what a poor old guard wants to say. Why don't you just go after her? As long as you're not looking to create trouble for me, it won't be a problem. You aren't here for that, right?
He's lucky I'm not here to hurt anyone. If I were someone with ill intentions, he might not be smiling at the end of the day.
Well, no, but...
I'll go and unlock that side entrance for you then. Just don't forget to turn off the lights before you both leave, okay?
What a great security guard. Letting people in, telling employees secrets, joking about people going missing. Top notch.
Hey, wait a second. What do you mean by...
He cuts off the connection before I can finish, and the rest of my questions dies in my throat. Soon, the latch clicks and the side door swings open. The Seb, a stout man wearing a uniform still too loose for him, waves me over from the gap before he disappears behind his station again. Just my luck. Here I thought I was gonna have to count on whatever Isabella brings back with her. Although, no matter how much I want to feel happy, something else has already taken a firm seat in the forefront of my mind. Is that why she's been acting not like herself today? Since when? Of course, as I step into the building, I try to push all of these questions as far down as I can. I need to focus. Work is work. I wonder if he's gonna get up there and he's not gonna find Isabella because he's gonna go into this ghost world. But if what I've heard is exactly what I think it is, if it's a sign of things to come, honestly, I don't feel too good about that. Or in the fucking elevator. Oh god, I hate elevators so much. I absolutely hate elevators. Oh, are we gonna have a ghost scene in an elevator? It's a quiet ride up to the 7th floor, where the BRC Luxborn main office is. Seb has been kind enough to switch the guest's elevator's powers on just as I'm about to head for the fire exit stairs. In real life. All elevators. I will never take an elevator if I can avoid it. Which is a welcome relief. I'm an active guy, but stairs? I don't want to tire out too quickly in case things get ugly. There probably won't be any more trouble with the building this quiet, but you never know. I swear, this whole place definitely feels airy this time of night. But until I've confirmed anything, those are just still stories. Worse things can happen. No need to scare myself. Staying calm means fewer mistakes. It's all of its skills. The way they move, the enclosed space, the idea that they can just stop and the doors won't open. All of it. It's every single part of an elevator freaks me out. Oh, moving from the 23rd floor? Nope! Have fun! What could go wrong? Everything. You take the stairs right and take an elevator? Yes. I probably wouldn't.
Though I sure am fucking gutsy, especially with what I'm doing.
I'm breaking a lot of laws here. I'm also putting Isabella at a lot of risks. Best thing that can come out of this is that Isabella's right all along. Worst case scenario. 1. Someone finds out Isabella's involvement in this and her boss fires her. 2. I find evidence that could implicate BRC or Luke Wright in a crime, and my meddling, if I'm not careful enough, makes it inadmissible in courts. Though, I'll be honest, I strongly prefer losing my job or facing Wright over some spirit or ghost or whatever it is. I could always work around the problems with the former. Isabella could also find a better job. BRC never did pay her properly despite her efforts. But fighting off a phantom? How does one even do that? Do guns even work with them?
Yeah, not going to happen.
But tonight, I'm here to fix things. If I do it without leaving a trail, all the better. Good thing that's what I'm good at. Okay. Easy way in. Oh! If Isabella died during her chapter, he probably would have broken in on his own. And he probably wouldn't take the elevator. Yeah, we got a ghost sighting in chapter 1. What I'll probably never be good at is finding the proper words when a sitch calls for it. But seeing Isabella's small form beyond those doors, how she pushes through despite carrying an entirely different burden this time, how she's pretending as if everything's normal, it's difficult not to try. Maybe Ash will get a QTE too? Maybe. People who have never looked beyond her smiles will never know, will never understand. Hell, even Rebecca's probably not yet aware of this. I get it, we have other problems with hand. I've done the same thing plenty of times to protect myself, after all. But it's all in her eyes as soon as she glances up at the few light scraps I give the door. She wastes no time in leaving the mess of papers on the table and opening it for me. Though her confusion as she takes in my presence barely hides it.
Seb, let you in?
The rough edge in her voice rings a whole different tune now that I'm aware why. But knowing is different from hearing it straight from her. I can't simply bring this up, can I? It's not a topic suited for casual conversation, and I doubt she even wants to talk to me about it. As much as I want to help, there's a distance between us I'll never be able to cross. One that wouldn't even be there if it wasn't for me. Perhaps if I had been more honest years ago and less of a coward, I might have been able to. Figures I couldn't even do that for the one person I keep telling myself that I care deeply about.
What can I say? I'm a very charming person.
To a rock, maybe.
This is the closest we can get to it, I suppose. The light banter, the fleeting glances, or sometimes the long bouts of silence. And it's enough. For me it is, because even without those words, there's comfort. With her, it's easy.
Must be a pretty cool rock then.
Ugh, get over yourself.
Hey now, I deserve some slack here. Today's supposed to be my day off, and yet here I am helping you out.
Helping? By standing at the door?
Well, you're not exactly letting me in.
Despite what she says, she moves to block me when I try to enter. She must have expected this, the second we walked up into the building's entrance and counted on the night shift guard to bar me from the place. It's reassuring to know she's somehow worried about me, although it's a bit misplaced at the moment. Besides, her concerns aside, I really can't let her get to the thick of things without me, not with all the problems on our plate right now.
Isabella?
Seriously, Ash, Seb might get in trouble for this. You might get in even bigger trouble with your boss.
And you're not? We've already talked about this back at Zach's. It's out of the question.
At least do it for Seb, please. He's a really nice guy. With the way things are going here, he's...
On that, I agree with her. Seb's not such a bad fellow. Might be a little careless with his job and talks too much, but he means well. I'd hate to see the guy leave here with a bad record, in case something goes wrong. However, the anxious look she shoots back at the table behind her brings an even bigger worry.
Did you find something? Aside from what you told me about yesterday?
Not yet. I'm not sure. I haven't started going through the files we have in the records room. Just the ones they handed to me and Rose.
Let me see.
Wait, Ash!
Isabella, I already promised you that no one's going to get in trouble after we're done here, even Seb. I'll make sure we leave the place clean.
Her hesitation is still there, a split second of indecision as she tries to form an argument. Eventually, when nothing comes to mind, she steps aside.
Okay, but we can't take the original files out of this office, clear? Not even a single sheet. We'll just have to make a copy.
Don't worry, that's the plan.
It appears to reassure her. A nod, then shortly she gestures for me to follow. Passing the sea of cubicles, I can't help but take in everything in their office, a force of habit for the most part. As far as I know, BRC Luxborn used to own this whole building. Offices in several floors once upon a time when real estate is still a lucrative business for the company in this side of the country. Then competition showed up and suddenly everything's not so good anymore. It only got worse as the years went by, or so according to the rumors. Now the branch is just this floor, despite what the huge sign on the building's facade says. And frankly, it's not too hard to believe when one looks at the state of this room right now. Yeah, there's no way BRC is not involved in some kind of way. A number of desks have been cleared out. I'm gonna take a short break. I need to refill my water and stuff, so I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright, we're back. And nothing is better than drinking a ton of water when you're sick. Your body needs rest and fluids when you're sick. So excited, but I probably should be off the bed soon. You're not the only one who is completely engrossed in this story. But understandable, Nikrena. Get some sleep. Catch up the VOD if you want to. Not sure how much longer we're going to go on for tonight, but I will do my best. Sleep well. A number of desks have been cleared out. Personal mementos are scarce as if the employees have gone on exodus. That'll be downsizing, probably. Still worrisome, though. Of course, I shake away all of this when Isabella starts handing me the papers she's been looking through. Focus, Frey. There's no point in whining or dwelling any longer on it. That's why we're here in the first place, to find out what the real deal in the old-fashioned way. No worries, Gibbles. You'll get a recap, you know that. Isabella's presence is a whole other blessing, too. I couldn't imagine how long this would take if I pushed going through her alone.
Is this everything? Where are the documents you mentioned?
Still locked up in the records room. Do you need them now?
Bring them here. Everything that has to do with the mansion's sale. Even those who worked on it during the renovations. The cleanup. Everything.
Hi, Sep. Good evening. Biggest bit donation? I'm really not sure, Sep. I don't really keep a record of it, to be honest.
Including your mandatory sign-in sheets.
It's an odd thing to bring up, but at least it elicits a laugh from her before she heads to the records room. She remembers. And no matter how weak the sound of it is from her usual ones, it's a welcome thing to hear. It reminds me that the Isabella I know is still in there. She returns minutes later with a thick stack of folders and binders. For the next half an hour, we work in complete silence while we dig into everything compiled into the folders. Not an easy task, considering how thick the whole thing is, but there's two of us. In fact, Isabella does most of the work, sorting through the contracts, the employee list, and stuff we won't need into a neat pile. Anyone who played Max Payne 2 knows not to trust cleaning companies? I never played it. Just the files for the restoration alone makes up a stack of papers that's an inch thick. Third-party service providers hired for the masonry, radiators, woodworking, plasterwork, slate roofing, and a whole bunch of different things are well documented. Hell, every single contractor who worked on the project were listed individually, even if they were just there to do the plumbing. It's a high-profile and high-cost estate, alright. But with that scope comes the loopholes. Means plenty of room to hide something in if there's something fishy going on. Okay, so I think where this is going to is that Ash is going to find the dungeon. Because the dungeon is not listed in any floor plans, right? We didn't see that on the floor plans. I think he's going to find it, and he's going to find Marianne, and I think they're going to tie that to Luke. I think they're going to use that...
Bits for Link.
Seb, thank you so much. Aw, thank you for all those bits. That is a lot of bits. Jesus Christ. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate that. That's very generous. So, like, my thought being that if they find this dungeon underneath the mansion that's not documented anywhere, and they find Marianne, she's probably not gonna be... She's either gonna be killed by the ghost, or she's gonna be alive, because it hasn't been enough time for her to just die there, right? We'll see. Specific bit alerts when? I don't know. But seriously, Sep, thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. She's not dead yet. No. I don't know. I have no clue. But I think they're gonna use that as sort of this main thing to take down Luke. All I have to do is find a pattern, and it doesn't take long. Upon closer gaze, despite the original owners shouldering the renovation cost, it'll be surprising if they manage to break even on the Ermengarde mansion. What with the additional expenses for the open house, the commission for the agents, and other overhead fees. At one point, the negotiations to get it listed under BRC's name almost broke down too. Some disagreements about the listing price. Who are the dozens other there? Right? We never got that sorted out. The owners wanted to be rid of it as quickly as possible, while keeping the worth at a profitable level. BRC was insisting on a higher amount, double what the appraiser suggested. Take care, Seb. Thank you so much again. Appreciate it. Hope you have a great day. This, plus the rumor that their branch is closing. Till Twitch starts charging for the project is to regular cars like every single company that sells anything on the internet ever. I think you're expecting a little bit too much there, skip this. I think you're, if you think they would do that, then that's a little too much. BRC Luxborn really is in the red, and the sale of the mansion could have easily been a desperate move to keep the branch afloat.
No wonder the final sale happened as fast as it did. Did you know about this?
No, they took it off our hands after I submitted the final documents for the sale. I didn't even know until I read this. I'm not sure if Rose did. I've only been given the key to the records room after she... Anyway, my point is, they've kept all the files from me. Rose was the one who compiled everything from our side. And even then, she was probably not aware of this. There's only so much they let us know. After that, they just told us to wait for our commission, and that the legal team would handle the rest. The rumors are true. Huh.
Seems so.
Cute that Bella still doesn't want to talk about Rose's death. I think it affected her a lot more than she lets on. Sheesh, this place is just unlucky. Going bankrupt while the rest of this crap is also happening. But this isn't what we're looking for. What we need is the who. The people aside from Isabella and Cooper involved in this business with the mansion, and the how they are now. We can't do much with the outside contractors, they won't be on the file. The employee list, on the other hand. Even with 2 people working through the pile, the whole task still takes quite a while. It's a quarter of an hour later when we put down the papers with a sigh, and move on to the clients upon Isabella's insistence. For that, the sign-in form from the open house comes in handy. Something that gives me a laugh when I spy the fake name that I wrote on one of the sheets. Ashley? Ashley? Alright. Quarter of an hour, 15 minutes is sigh-worthy? Yes. Surely Ashley is him. It's not a clever fake name. Ashley, super spy. Yup.
Why'd I even pick this name? It sounds so lame.
What name?
Nothing important. Just focus on those papers you have.
She snatches the paper away before the thought of hiding it occurs to me. Not that there's much secret in it. Isabella found me that afternoon anyway, but still.
Ashley?
I'd been careless that day, tailing Luke right without confirming where they were headed off to. While the butler's terribly efficient in keeping the right engagements from the public eye, there are other ways if I've only given it the time of my day. Yeah, Jimmy, we have played as every other character apart from Luke. So, it's... That's one of my favorite parts about this game, is that we have gone through so many parts of this game and the story as the other characters. Like the open house we went to as Isabella, and then we went to the open house again later as Hana. Is there a ghost or not? There's definitely a ghost. There is definitely a ghost. I can show you just real quick. The gallery saves pictures of everything. There is 100% a ghost. And everyone sees her. Everyone's been seeing the ghost. And the ghost is killing them. They all have different endings. That depends on what path you take. But yes, the ghost can kill them. They all, I think, have different endings where they can die. But you can also manage to get back or get out alive. Only Rebecca has died. Only Rebecca. Oh, look how many images there are here. Holy shit. He has more of these CGs than anyone. That's crazy. So he's gonna be in a ton more situations than any of them. Good looking. I'm sorry. Hi, Monty Blank. The story is that there's a haunted mansion, and they all of the characters that we play as all of them, and all of them have been to the mansion, and after they've been to the mansion, they start seeing this ghost. And basically, you just play through the story and you try to preferably keep all of them alive, but they all have so many different paths. And right now we're trying to find out what this ghost is and why it's haunting people and what they can do to stop it. Slapping our hands every time we get into the menu. You should watch all the ones I missed. There's so many. It's a long game. It's such a long game. It's such a long game. Bufu, I've been playing this for 32 hours. 32 hours. Just buy it. Yeah, just buy it and play it. I have been thinking that maybe I edit down my VODs and post like just the gameplay on YouTube. Like cut out parts like this where I'm talking to you guys and just compress all the story into a YouTube VOD video. That would not enjoy playing this. I would not enjoy playing this if I wasn't streaming it. Cause it would be so much work. It would be a ridiculous amount of work. But I think it could make for an interesting series. I would not like to play this without streaming it, because when I play games like this without streaming it, I skip through all of this text, I don't read it properly, I just skim over it, and I get impatient. Fortnite fans are gonna play it? Oh, nice! Ah, that'll be fun. It's 4 times the amount of time the original playthrough to edit. Oh, don't say that. I do not have the patience for that much editing. I will see if I will ever be bothered to do that. I have never heard of that, Monty Blank. Is that a visual novel as well? Because I've been recommended a lot of other visual novels in, while playing this. Hi, Completely Crabs! Good evening. We're a professional YouTuber now. Does Twiggie have slaves? I wish. What? Must be quite bland. The whole point of Twitch is the interaction with the streamer. I definitely agree with you 100% with that. I just think that this is the kind of game where people sort of... I enjoy watching other people play games like this because I want to see what choices they take, what choices they make, and what that leads to in the story. So I have been watching multiple people play this, and I haven't been watching past the point that I'm in, obviously. But that's something that I enjoy. Catches me with this is the bits in between. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you guys as well. I'm just thinking out loud. If I ever do make a series of this game on YouTube, it would just be so much and so long, and... Because on YouTube, they don't see the chat. That's what I'm thinking. Like, I can't have all the chat talk in between because it would just be nonsensical rambling to people who can't see chat. But I'll think about it, and we'll see if I ever do that at all. YouTube's so dumb, right? Need to get on Twitch already. I agree. I agree. I wish if all of the YouTube audience can just migrate to Twitch and just give us more viewers, that would be great. Look forward to seeing it into 2022. What? I don't understand what you're talking about. YouTube has its place. Hey, I watch YouTube videos daily. Like, the playthroughs that I've been watching of this game have been on YouTube. I can't complain, really. In retrospect, I've been too eager, too impatient to find something that'll crack the case and be done with it. Maybe my failure goes as far back as the day of the open house, not during the party last night.
Yeah, well, I was pressed for time.
Seriously, Ashley? Were you even trying?
No, he wasn't.
Oh, come on. You didn't even notice I was the one who wrote it down.
Of course I wouldn't. Only an idiot would use his real name.
It worked, though. Admit it. It's genius. Who would have thought, huh?
She responds with a roll of her eyes, then drops the matter entirely by shoving the paper back into my hands. Something about 2022 to recover from your playthrough? Wow, you say that as if I'm doing everything as traumatically as possible. Gaming content, isn't it? I don't know. There are some people where I wouldn't ever be interested in watching YouTube videos from them. But I definitely enjoy watching, like, Let's Plays and stuff on YouTube. But, I mean, when I watch Let's Plays on YouTube, I don't actively watch as much as I do on Twitch. I usually keep it on my second screen and just do other stuff at the same time. Whereas on Twitch, I watch a lot more actively. Like, I'm engaged in the conversation, I'm much more engaged in the game and everything. But that's just a different preference, of course. We lapse back to our respective tasks afterwards, wordlessly skimming through everything. Read, set aside, get another one. Looking back at the sign-in sheets, I spot Luke Wright and Hannah Wright listed up top. Not that I don't know about him already, of course, but scanning through the list, a name immediately comes to my attention. Who do you think that is? I watch for the creator, it doesn't matter what the platform is. Yeah, right? I agree. I mean, we all just have different preferences, completely. I can definitely understand that the format just doesn't interest you, and I think that's understandable. What other name is he interested in?
Madeline Williams.
Who's that?
Something wrong?
Huh? No, just that I remember this girl listed here.
She frowns, moves her seat closer, and takes a careful read at the sheet. There's a long moment before she speaks up again, but from the way she tenses, she appears to be expecting the worst already.
What about her?
She was with me, in the group following Cooper, when we toured the upstairs part of the mansion, I mean. Rather loud one, especially when we took a peek into the attic. Kept talking about the ghost stories the whole tour.
So he's been to the attic as well.
And do you think she's...
She was reported missing 3 days after.
Huh. There was a ruckus at the precinct the day your family filed it. Threats were naturally given at the lack of progress days later. Desperate ones. Her family is willing to shell out all the cash they have just to find her. To no avail, unfortunately. Officer Benjamin has been in a bad mood ever since he spoke with them. But what can he do? What can we do? He's tied. We're all tied. There's only so much we're able to do with everything that's been shoved into our hands recently.
She still hasn't been found. It's already been a week.
Isabella makes no further comment aside from a nod. Instead, she sits back on her chair with a distant look in her eyes, her hands balling to a fist as she struggles with her frustration. Or maybe it's anger, but the moment doesn't last long. Soon, her grip loosens and she folds her hands back into her lap. Her expression, however, is one I've seen too many times in a mirror. What does one say to a person burdened, not by one loss, but many? Who carries it on her shoulders like a badge of shame? I've yet to find the answer to that myself. Until then, the only way is forward. Press on to see where our attempts at fixing our mistakes might lead us. And despite my own doubts, a glimpse of that look on her face is enough reason for me. I can't just give up. There's too much at stake, too much to lose. With a renewed focus, I continue. On the third and last sheet, I spot another one. Beatrice Wilde, one I recall from the newspaper's obituaries. Died of a heart attack. I'm gonna say that was not a 100% natural heart attack. A letter of correspondence expressing condolences to her family confirms as much in her files. Passed away at age 74 in her sleep.
She's at that age. It certainly could have been a natural death.
Do you really think it was? Right? No. I'd like to believe so. But 3 more letters turn up when I rummage through the stack, and it leaves nothing than a foreboding feeling in me. They're all addressed to families of clients who have passed away in the past week. So everyone at the open house. Regardless, these go into the pile of things worth looking into after our visit here, along with William's info sheet. There were just so many names, so many faces, each one I've seen that day, and here I am wondering if they're all right. It isn't a selfless thought that brings the question to mind. Rather, it's a logic that if more of them are still alive, the more people I can choose to question. Nothing's concrete yet, of course. These are just speculations, but we're making progress. All heads in my apartment is with sound on one side. Older pair is so much better bass. Oh, that makes such a big difference. Once done with the sign-in sheets, I stash it along with the growing pile to my left and pull out as many as the other documents Isabella has already prepared for me. We're working through the employee list now, those who have been inside in the mansion. Because if Isabella was to be believed, if what she's seen and what happened to Rose is because of that letter, I need to know everyone who has possibly read it aside from the 3 of us. If they've been noticing strange things too. For all I know, these may just have been a terrible coincidence. Document me, daddy. I feel so weird just saying that. I blame you, skip this. See you, Skibbles. Good luck. I hope that you either get much better quickly, or if you decide to go to urgent care, I hope you get some medicine that helps. And I hope you have a great rest of your day. We'll try not to do too much exciting things in the game. But good luck and feel better. Although the thought of that starts to diminish as we dig deeper into the BRC's company files. 15 minutes later, the stack close to my elbow has risen from 5 to 21 different dossiers. Client and employee documentation, people who have been either visited the open house or worked on the property in some capacity since the letter's discovery. Turns out, there were 2 more employees who handled the mansions directly, aside from Cooper and Isabella. It could be worse. Holy shit, skip this. I remember that. And I haven't been able to forget. For those that are out of the loop, that was not me who said that. In case you were wondering, that was not me. You have not missed anything, don't worry. Christian Sy, the realty specialist, and Mark Julius Jean-Marie, the state appraiser.
This C guy, he was in custody just the other day.
Really? Sir John has been looking for him. He stopped reporting to work a few weeks ago. Are you sure it's the same person?
Yep, this is him. Folks at the precinct said they went to his house after a noise complaint. They found him just acting all crazy. Had to take him in when he started getting violent.
Probably like in fear because of the ghost. The priest was acting pretty crazy as well. He was like shouting at Zack to get out and all of that.
He kept screaming about a woman.
Immediately she stiffens. I don't want to bring it up or imply a connection to Isabella's story, but that's exactly what happened.
It was driving the guards mad, but he didn't last too long in there.
Oh my god.
And he just started bashing his own head against the wall, and, well...
So, some people die of, like, heart attacks, some people are killed by the ghost, and some people are just driven to kill themselves? Man.
It was messy, to say the least.
Oh no, we had no idea. Is he okay?
He's in the hospital right now. I heard they're putting him into a psychiatric ward as soon as he recovers. He's still a bit unstable.
Why does he have the lewd and embarrassed face when asked could it really be him? I don't know, skip this. Jean-Marie, on the other hand. His employee file notes his date of leaving and even when his final payment has been given. Along with it, there's a letter to his family about the appraiser being found dead in the office. Communication is hush-hush, and there's mention of a compensation if they don't talk about it to the media. Inspector Abigail has often scolded me for not reading the reports on a regular basis, but I try to keep up to date as much as I can. Sorry. When I do, I make sure I'm aware of the gist of what's going on in my city. This never reached the police's ear or the health or safety executive.
Do you know about this guy?
One glance of her says everything. They've hidden it from the media. They've kept it from the police. It's not surprising this will also be a secret from someone of Isabella's position in the company. Fuck.
Rose was looking for him. Last week. We haven't heard anything from him either. Until now. They never mentioned this to us.
You're a girl and she's a girl. Can you spill the beans of their terrible secrets of the female psyche? No. That's a secret that we cannot share with anyone. So, I'm sorry. But no. Business going under and someone dies while working here. Of course they want to keep that quiet. It's bad publicity. This whole thing is just getting freakier by the minute. Nevertheless, I hand the files for Isabella to make a copy of.
The pages with their names, addresses, and contact numbers will do. We'll start with the ones who live within the city.
Sometimes there are things you really can't brush off as mere coincidence. In my line of work, once a pattern pops up, it's only right to be suspicious. Chocolate? Chocolate usually works. Especially the thing with Psy or C. I forgot how he said it. How did he say it? Doesn't really matter.
This C guy.
C.
He was in custody just the other day.
It hits too close to the stuff my own friends have been telling me.
All of this?
It's considerably thinner than the ones she brought in, yet somehow, the way she hugs the folders close to herself make it seem heavier. Noble, thank you so much for that host. I really appreciate that. Hi, Granny. Good evening. Good to see you. I am doing very well, thank you. How are you? Keep your secrets. I will keep my secrets. You should know this. Good evening, everyone. How are you guys doing? Really appreciate the host. That is very kind. Thank you so much. Realm Royale. I've never played that. I know a lot of people have been enjoying it, but I don't play games like that. I hope you had fun with it, though, Noble. Thank you so much again. Appreciate it. I'm doing very well. How are you? How was your stream? You're sometimes fucking shy at giving your secrets in the council? What? I have no idea what you're talking about. Skip this. I have no clue what you're talking about. It's going very well, thank you, Noble. If you've never heard of this game, it's crazy. It's a, right now we're on a branch that is kind of detective-ish-y, and, we're trying to solve the mystery of a ghost that is haunting everyone who has been in the mansion that is sort of the center of this entire story. It's very, very interesting. Apex? I've never heard of Apex. Sorry, Link was. Yes, that's right. Skip this. If anyone is to blame for anything that happened in the council, it's Link. Like she's hanging on to it in the same manner when we latch onto a lifeline.
Only the noteworthy ones.
No, what's Apex? I never have heard of that. I don't know what that is or what you do with it. And those that might still be alive might. She doesn't need to know that.
We can't check the outside contractors, but the guys with the direct connection to BRC and the people who attended the open house should be enough. We don't have time to see how everyone's doing, especially if what you said is true.
Think it might be food? I go over some Apex right now. Food. I'm a little hungry. Lives under a rock and or Norway? What did you just say? fried Apex. See, that sounds good. And now I'm even more hungry. For fried stuff, in particular. Ah, well. For a second, she appears about to argue, then quickly decides against it and hides away before anyone reads the question in her face. Then, in a too abrupt motion, she turns towards the copier and gets to work. Soon, only the machine's constant thrum fills the air around us, while I keep myself busy cleaning up the mess we made. The lack of talk is awkward, to put it mildly, disturbing at worst. I've gotten so used to letting her just babble away whenever it's just the two of us. Okay, so this is right after Hana gets possessed. Okay. Alright. Or is it? Nobody really knows what Apex really is. Is it food? Is it a game? Nobody really knows. Smell of fish? I'm not too fond of fish. Unfortunately. I'm having fish for dinner tomorrow. But I could go for some fried stuff instead. I could tell, however, she wants to do more. She wants to fix this mess herself, and that desire makes her antsy. But at the same time, she's learning how not to be impulsive or stubborn, exactly how I told her yesterday before agreeing to any of this. Fish is so good, you can fry fish. That's true. It is true, it's not as good. Or maybe these so-called changes have always been with her. Dire situations have always pushed people to change, after all. Although seeing this happen in front of me only makes it difficult to find the proper things to say. In an atmosphere this tense and charged, what is left for us to talk about? Certainly not the news. What's worse is when you realize all of this in hindsight, right after you've already ran your mouth off.
You know, for a house your company seems to be in a hurry to sell, they still made quite a fortune out of it. Look at this. 1, 2, 3... 6. Are you sure they're planning to give your entire share for this? This isn't a small amount, especially given the usual cut.
Wait.
And their accounting department isn't in the greatest shape either.
£6 million? Jeez, that's a lot of money.
Even if they don't, it's not like someone still needs it.
And there's the reason why people don't let me talk. Silence once again descends throughout the room, denser compared to the ones we've shared tonight. The copier is so loud. Behind me, I can still hear her movements, sharp and precise, while she feeds the originals to the machine. Then, with one last click, it all stops. Her feet shuffle slightly against the floor when she moves. When she moves away, something creaks softly, probably the table, as she settles her weight against its side. That's too much reading for you? I like the reading. I think this is not the kind of game that I would play off stream, but on stream I think it's great. This game made me temporarily amazing at speed reading. See, that's what would happen if I played this game off stream. I would just rush through every single piece of text, and I wouldn't enjoy it nearly as much. By this time, an apology is already at the tip of my tongue, but...
Belle, I'm...
Papa's gone, Ash.
Within those scant few seconds, everything between us shifts as the gravity of her words sinks. Right there and then, something harsh and immovable rises between us. Death is something I'm familiar with. Almost 10 years in the police force, and it's impossible not to be acquainted with it. But this? This is different from all those dead bodies we've examined in forensics, a far cry from the victims we found on a bad investigation. Those I could easily distance myself from. No emotional attachments, no need for pretenses. Yet somehow I still find myself grasping for things to tell her, any words of comfort that will dull the pain. Because even without looking at her, her grief feels palpable enough, her pain, an immutable weight hanging over us. So gently, I offer, tell me about him, talk about him.
When?
Of course.
Huh? When what?
Anything that will make her feel better. Just stay busy. That's not gonna make her feel better.
Your dad. I mean, when did you find out?
She doesn't answer. Not immediately, anyway. For a long moment, the hush simply stretches out before us, spanning across the seconds we let pass while we both simply stand there, waiting. I get more wine since I carry the terrible burden of drinking for both myself and Twiggy. You're doing very well, skip this. Your efforts are appreciated. Keep drinking. Always try to resist seeing the effect on the relationship. Right? I check the effect it has on the relationship. What I have to resist doing is looking at the branching tree every time I make a decision. Because I've been yelled at a lot for doing that, and I don't do it anymore. But there's just so much. There's just so much. Oh. This is such a long chapter too, and I love it. Eventually, she exhales. Lightly, muted enough that I might have missed it, had I not been paying attention to her every movement.
Yesterday, around 3 in the afternoon there, Mama called. She told me he passed away in his sleep, and I guess I can take comfort in that, huh? That Papa wasn't in any pain when...
Aww. She trails off, releases another ragged breath, hidden underneath her chuckles. Each one mirthless, heavy with nothing but sorrow. Then she falters into silence, and for all my attempts at lightening her burden, I'm suddenly at a loss. Reassurances could only do so much, when her only reason for staying here has suddenly been taken away from her. A hope yanked from under her feet right after it was generously given. And without that? Without the one person who pushes her to endure all the shit we're going through, she's going through, means nothing but a struggle. What does one say to a person fraying at the edges, slowly wearing thin and breaking? Are words even enough? What right do I have, anyway? I cannot give her anything apart from lies that change me as a person, and affection she may or may not want for herself. Because no matter how easy she has wormed herself into our lives, how immutable her presence has become, her own heart will always yearn for something else. For home.
Tell me about him.
Huh? About what?
Your dad. Tell me about him. Anything. Just talk. Say anything you want. Doesn't matter what it is. I'll listen.
Aww. Silence again. As if she's testing the weight of my question. For what purpose it is. For a reason I can't even say right now. After a while, though, she starts. Reluctantly, her voice hitching, faltering, and stumbling on each syllable as she chooses her words. A rough start, but soon it steadies. And along with it, to keep company the stories from childhood and memories she's fond of.
There are dozens of us. Dozens!
Aww, thank you so much for following, Noble. I appreciate that. For the tears, this is so sad. Look at her. Oh, I just want to hug her. Despite this, in spite of the grief choking her words off, the hurt closing her throat, and the sobs racking in her lithe form, she continues. Like a mere act of speaking is a relief in itself. A relapse. She tells me of her father, the very person who named her, how she looked up to him, how she was a bit of a tomboy growing up in her attempts to imitate him, and how the man encouraged her to pursue what she really wanted. Perhaps even the only thing she ever did for herself, having grown up not wanting anything more than food to put on their tables.
He told me I don't have to listen to them. That I can do what I want.
Probably 42 kilos in portion terms. Hi, Sammy. Tears burn calories? Yes. I don't think that's what she's worried about right now.
Every day, he'd wake up at 4, Ash. Because he'd earn more that way. And every time, every single time, he'd give them to me. Whatever extra he earned, he'd hand them all. So I'd have something to use for my paintings. And you know what? Back home,
Just a good tube of paint costs almost as much as what we spend for food the whole day. But he'd always set something aside. Told me he wanted to see my paintings in a museum one day.
She pours all of it out. Every little thing she loved and admired about him. Like this, it's easy to see why she's gone through such great lengths for him. Why she abandoned her dreams, why she went against his wishes just to grant him another chance at life. Others will say it's her warmth that draws people to her, or her chair. Neither are wrong, but neither is the whole truth to her either. Because those who have never bothered to look beyond the surface will never see it. See her. See someone earnest. Someone who has always meant well, despite her underlying stubbornness. This is how she loves. Warm, steadfast, unflinching. You'll never meet many people like her. Not in my line of work. Not with the kind of people I've had to deal with. Always with something to hide. Always with something to lie about. Eventually, when you run across too many of them, you change. You become like them. The voice acting for her right now is... it breaks my heart. In many ways, for a lot of reasons, she's the kind of person I want to be and be around with. Who made me feel like I'm still worth something.
He didn't want me to leave. Said, begged. I could finish my studies first. In the end, I couldn't even grant him that one request. I'm a terrible daughter, aren't I?
You're not.
Huh?
You're not. I can't speak for your dad. I haven't even met the man. But I know you're not.
I'm not entirely sure where I'm going with this. The remark just came out. Now I'm stringing all these together as I go. But one thing is certain. None of what I'm about to say is a lie. Is he gonna admit his feelings for her?
The Isabella I know is a total klutz, but I've never seen anyone work as hard as she does. She's the type who wears her heart on her sleeve. Though it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's always in the right place. She's intimidated by a lot of stuff, but she knows how to appreciate the smallest things in life. Frankly, you've caused us no small amount of trouble since you barged into our lives. But when I'm with you, all of my worries seem trivial.
Heat has already crept up to my face when the turn this whole thing is about to take registers. Before I blurt out the rest of it, declare feelings I'm not even ready to reveal to anyone, much less to her, my hand comes up to smother the rest of it. Though embarrassment quickly takes the reign before I can completely clamp my mouth shut.
And I'm pretty sure Zach and Becca think the same way. You have a nasty way of growing on people like that, and you know what? We got everything we needed in here. I'll just wipe the security recordings and we're good to go. While I'm at it, you better wipe the snot off your face. And you don't look very nice when you're balding like that.
Why couldn't he just have said it? Ash. Aww. Hastily, I gather everything. The personnel files, client documents, sale agreements, and contracts. Anything my hands could reach. In record time, all of it has been stacked in a neat pile, ready for storage. I'm heading for the records room not a few seconds later. Wherever that is. It should be an easy find unless this place is a maze of some sort, which I highly doubt. Still beats staying here and seeing that look on her face. So he's wandering off on his own. I don't think that's a very good idea, Ash. Crap. Really? Her anger is still bearable. I can take that, including the glower she sends my way.
So, yeah, I'll go get the security videos and put these back where you pulled them from. Man, these are heavy, you know?
Ash, it's just paper. You don't even know where I...
Oh, no, I can handle this. Easy as pie. And, yeah, security cams, tapes, videos, cams.
See you, Akalia. Good luck. Thank you for hanging out.
Yeah, I'm off.
Her rejection at this point? Maybe not yet. Getting the files back to BRC's archive room is a kinch. With the documents back in their proper place, I locked the door behind me, tugging it twice just to make sure. Now on to the next order of business. Removing the evidence of our little excursion here. Or at the very least, the parts showing what we've been doing the past hour. Can't have our faces plastered on security footage, showing us breaking the law, as it were. I'm gonna have to wipe the data for Isabella's access card entries too. Surprisingly, finding their security room proves a breeze. What will be tricky is getting inside. The fact that no one has walked out during the whole time we've been in here means that the room is either empty or their security is sound asleep. I'm banking more on the former. If they're cutting corners and firing agents, I have no doubt that they'll fire the guy stationed here, if they have everyone watching the monitors in the first place. It's a rather common thing for establishments just to leave security recording indefinitely and only check the footage if something actually happens. Just to check, I press my ears against the door, listening for sign of anyone occupying the room. After a long minute and nothing, I give the knob a few rattles. How do girls get here? We're not... I'm not at liberty to say, skip this. I'm not at liberty to say. I'm sorry. I would if I could. Yes, play Super Seducer. It will explain a lot of things for you. You will know much more after that.
Standard lock and key. Should be easy enough to pick.
We have lockpick sets, but those are really only to be used if necessary, and with a search warrant. Even then, it's a skill set rarely needed. Subtlety isn't on a cop's priority if they have the authority to search the premises. Bolt cutters and brute force are the favored methods. If those fail, we call a locksmith. Me, I prefer the good old hairpin trick when those options aren't available. Besides, they're easy to hide and store for emergencies. Running my hand through my hair, I pull out a pair of bobby pins. Watch 2 minutes of Super Seducer and you're still traumatized? See, that's your problem. If you had kept watching, you would know. I'm just saying. 2 of these and I can just about open any standard lock. One makes a lever and the other makes a handle. I won't call it a complex skill, but it certainly takes time and a lot of practice to successfully pick a lock. Good thing I practiced with them for a bit in my college years. I learned more when they were accessible and standard issue for a law enforcement officer. A wiggle here, a click there, and I managed to seize all the pins in the locking mechanism soon enough. With a slight turn of the knob, the security room's ripe for the picking. Oh no! I don't like this. The room's odor hits me first. A sharp, nauseating stench as if someone has accidentally spilled a gallon of bleach in the room. When was the last time they opened this place?
Ugh, this place smells awful. Jesus, it's worse than the forensics lab on a bad day.
This is probably because of a badly botched effort to clean the place up. Even in the dark, I can spy dark stains on the walls. I really don't have time to try and play this "is this ketchup or soda" right now, but I have this strange gut feeling who the mess might belong to. Welcome back, Bufu. As expected, no security personnel means the office CCTV controls and the standalone DVR setup is open for anyone. Oh god. I don't like this at all. Normally, I'd have a heap of things to say about this sloppy security setup, but right now, their negligence makes the whole task of erasing evidence easier.
No fuss, no muss.
The next one should be the access card data. Hopefully, getting into the computer won't be too much of a hassle. Everything up to now has been smooth sailing. There have been hiccups, I'll give it that, though it does nothing to dampen the good mood I'm in. Once I shift my attention to the machine sitting next to the DVR setup, all of it swiftly evaporates. I'm no computer buff, but I can definitely recognize one more than a decade old. Simply looking at it makes me feel younger. With a heavy sigh, I powered it up and mentally prepare myself for a slow slug. Slow, apparently, remains an understatement here. It takes a whole 3 minutes for the thing to start up. The OS hasn't even started loading, and in my boredom, I started inspecting the live feeds from the cams. Thank you so much for following, Kitlack. Really appreciate that. He's gonna see something on the camera feed. Only 2 work. One for the view outside, everything seems to be in order there, and the other for the main workspace where it's a fleeting glimpse, a cursory glance, but the sight of it stops me. The image is a bit blurry, but standing there, right in the middle of the room, by one of the cubicles, I can make out the form of a...
What the hell is...
I don't get too far into that line of thought. No few seconds after my words have slipped out, without any sort of warning, while I'm still trying to make sense of what it is. The figure moves. A moment of paralysis hits me when she stops right in front of the camera. Like a damn rookie, I go still in the face of danger. I definitely haven't been trained to handle the supernatural, and this is one, isn't it? And... oh, fuck. Her eyes bore into me, the malice in them piercing. Even beyond the screen, it's enough to make me go numb. Only the mug crashing on the floor when my hand accidentally takes a swipe at it snaps me out of my trance, reminding me that I'm not the only one here. Isabella. It seems she hasn't noticed anything. Am I the only one seeing this? In any case, whatever's happening, I have to get her out. Gathering my wits, I quickly reach for my phone. It takes all but 2 seconds before she answers, but there's no time for relief.
Did you really have to call? We're practically on the same floor.
Get out of there.
What? What are you...
Out. Get out. I'll meet you in the elevator.
Not the elevator! Not the elevator!
You're creeping me out, Ash.
Oh no.
Just get yourself out of that place, now!
Without second thought, I back away from the controls, from the room, ready to be done with the place. But before my foot even moves...
Son of a...
She disappears! Instinct instantly takes over, and my hand quickly reaches for the gun at my side, only to meet empty air. A mistake that cost me a few precious seconds, while the paperwork I brought with me threatens to scatter everywhere at the same time. Gathering everything and myself once more, with no weapon to protect myself, my sense of self-preservation kicks in next, and I lunge towards the door. I sprint across the office without daring to look back. Isabella's already waiting in front of the elevator by the time I make it out of their office. Worry creases her eyebrows upon glancing at me, but I don't have time to answer the question in her eyes. As soon as I reach her, I grab her arm, practically throwing the two of us into the open elevator, and slam the button for the ground floor. A sigh of relief escapes me when the elevator starts its descent. I don't feel safe yet. You know, to jump right out the window. I don't care what floor I'm in. If there's a window, I'm jumping. Yeah, just carry a parachute with you at all times, everywhere you go. The clicking noise fades off into the distance. Beside me, Isabella shifts, moving the stack of papers under her arm while she takes in my appearance. Concerned in her eyes, though all I offer her is a small gesture of my hand, while I attempt to compose myself. Breathe. In. Out.
Why are we in such a hurry?
Hi, Pelly Gary. Good evening.
We need to get out of this place. Did you get everything?
Yeah, it's all here. But really, you don't look too good. What's wrong, Ash?
I'll be fine. Just... I was in the security room. There's... From the monitors, there was a fucking...
The rest of what I'm about to say dies on my tongue when the elevator stops and the doors open to... I fucking told you. I fucking told you she's gonna come running from the distance and she's gonna come running into the elevator with us. I cannot deal. There's a moment's pause while we both take in our surroundings. Confusion's understandably there.
Oh, come on! They should just replace this whole thing!
No. No, I'm quite sure I pressed for the ground floor.
Oh, I don't want this. Right? But it's just as Isabella said. The elevator always did have problems when I visited in the past. Often, she becomes so angry whenever we try to get to her floor, and she'll have to repeatedly smash the button for the elevator to even come. That was always good for a laugh. I wasn't too worried then. Now? From the distance, beyond the light's reach, the noise echoes in my ears along with the rapid pounding in my chest. Isabella stiffens and her eyes grow wide at the sound. Gingerly, she reaches up to grab the hem of my sleeve and grips it hard, tight enough for her fingernails to dig through. Her eyes searches wildly for the source of the sound while I stand protectively in front of her.
Ash, did you hear that?
Anyone there? I can hear you moving from here. Show yourself.
No response. No response, only the soft sound of something scurrying around the floor and the walls in slow, deliberate movements. Faint, though still audible enough in this hush. Until it stops. When I click, I swear it's gonna be her scurrying really, really fast towards us. I promise. And I don't want to click. I don't want to click. Don't know what's worse, the sound she makes or the lack of sound, right? A moment.
We need to go, Ash. We have to.
And then... This time, I'm certain it isn't my imagination. Against my training, my whole body freezes, hands stilling mid-press on a button, eyes growing wild while waiting for any sort of movement from further back, and ears strained for the source of the sound. I can't even offer Isabella any reassurances. Much as I hate to admit it, dread has seeped into every nerve of my body. And the blasted elevator still won't work.
This isn't in my fucking training manual!
Ash, we need to leave. I know that sound. Ash, please, get the elevator!
Another series of shuffling against the ground, a laughter, and all of a sudden she's just there. Like a twisted spider, she stares at us, a look of hunger in her eyes and venom in the twisted manner she smiles. Is she supposed to be closer? A glee she has well earned when we're damned flies that have been dropped right onto the spider's web.
Ashton!
Damn it! Damn it!
Without warning, she moves, mocking me with each unhurried crawl she takes, knowing I'm at her mercy.
Fucking hell!
Ashton, the door! The door!
Our lives are in the hands of a crummy elevator, literally hanging between life and death. We're not going to die here. Not in a damn elevator. Oh my god, no! Oh my god. 7, 5, 3, 4. Oh my god, fucking close! Oh my god. Oh my god. As if a divine power has heard me swearing up a storm in my head. The doors close just as that thing looms near. Soon, the elevator, the blasted thing, is headed up? Oh, because we were in the cellar. Of course, the parking lot is below. Oh, shit. Isabella's knees buckle in relief. In 2 ticks, she's hugging herself without any care for the mess of papers and folders she's dropped on the floor in her panic. She draws in one ragged breath after another, each one brimming with nothing but relief. And this is the most I've been tired in my whole damn life. Not during training when my superior first asked me to drop 100, not after the stakeout, but after smashing a fucking elevator button repeatedly. I slump to the ground beside her, worn out, but I don't let myself feel relief again, not until we're out of here. Isabella seems to be on the same mind as she looks at me. Still, I find myself sharing a shaky laugh with her.
We're okay. We're fine. Right?
Yeah, we're good. Alive. Fuck, we should have taken the goddamn stairs.
I agree! Twice I've seen it. Thrice if I include the party. Unless I'm tripping balls without realizing it, there's no doubt in my mind that this is actually happening. I don't want to believe it, but with the truth staring at me in the face, it'll be stupidity to deny the reality of the matter. Oh boy. You died there the first time? Understandable. I tried using my numpad, like in the middle of that QT, I tried switching to my numpad and it didn't register the buttons. Ugh, I was scared. As soon as the lift hits the ground floor, we hightail out of the building. Seb's sound asleep when we pass by his station. However, in the face of what we've seen, everything I've faced tonight, we really can't care less who will see us on our way out. The sooner we get away from this place, the farther, the better. I'm just not sure if that also means being safe. She almost got us, damn it. The fucking thing almost had us. Shit, it was only by luck that we managed to get the fucking elevator unstuck. Had the blasted thing not worked in the last second? I need some air. Fresh, breathable air that doesn't stink like death and gore all at once. I'm panicking. Christ, losing focus. With another person here, I can't afford that right now. Isabella still hasn't said anything, but I know she's more shaken than I am. I can't lose it when another person is depending on me.
Remember your training, Frey.
Another deep breath, and soon I'm starting the engines and driving us off. After that little incident, somewhere open would be good. Someplace I won't get trapped. Luxbourne Park brings a welcome relief, though only by some. The chill that has seeped into my bones is still there, furling and unfurling underneath my skin. If I don't move, if I don't busy myself with anything, soon my brain will go haywire. It's the last thing I want to happen when there are plenty of things to do. But this already answers all of it, doesn't it? Those deaths. Just how many copies of the letter are out there? Isabella can't have the only one if other people are also getting cursed. Could it be that the one she has shown us is just one of 5, maybe even more? That this whole pass to 5 people business is ridiculous, but at this point, is it still? Watcher sitting in a backseat behind them. Granny, do you want to see something? Can I show you something? You're not gonna like it. You're not gonna like it at all. Where was that? That was the start of Becca's chapter. I'm not even gonna zoom in on them because they're creepy. But that was the beginning of Becca's chapter, seeing the ghost in the backseat of the car and them almost crashing because of it. All in all, we found 21 people who might have read the letter. 7 of them deceased. 8 if you count Rose. Cooper. And that's only what we can find right now. I have no idea how the contractors and specialists hired from the outside the company are doing, if we are in any way affected. How many more people are suffering? How many people are missing? How many are dead? Can I still even blame the Wrights for this? If anything, they might be in danger as well. I don't think I can wish a curse upon anyone, no matter how big of a douchebag Luke Wright is. There's also that woman. How do we get out of this mess? How do we get away from her? Taking the bus for tomorrow morning? Understandable. I don't blame you. Oh. Shit. Still so many things we need to look into. Yet all my body wants to do is pace, burn out whatever excess energy is in me.
Ashton, I'm getting dizzy. Will you sit down?
No. It's the first time Isabella has said anything. She's been sitting quietly since we dropped here. Better and less distracting than watching her nervous habits, I suppose. She certainly seems calmer now. Too calm, in fact, for someone who has just seen something terrible. But it's been more than a week for her already. People do get desensitized to things at some point. Even someone like Isabella. Who knows what's going on inside her head? Inside mine? There are too many, and none of them would sit still.
I'm not going crazy, am I? I saw that. I'm pretty sure I saw that. I didn't inhale anything weird. Just shit. Shit. Isabella, please tell me that wasn't...
What I'm not expecting when I turn to her is mirth. One that she could barely contain.
You're laughing. You're laughing. Why are you laughing?
I'm not quite sure what she sees in my face, but in the next second, a laugh suddenly burst out from her. Sometimes it just doesn't play the voice recording and it's very strange. I'm so sorry, it's just that you should have seen the look on your face back there. Yeah, right, sure. I'm not the one who panicked. You almost ripped my arm off. Yeah, but I wonder if we reload if it's gonna... There have been a lot of new words in this game. It doesn't... okay. There are no voice acting for this bit. Isabella, this isn't funny. That woman almost got us. We could have ended up dead.
I know! I'm really sorry.
She's possessed? Isabella? She could be. We know that Hana, when we ended the chapter with Hana, she ended up possessed. Probably just a bug, yeah.
But this is just too precious to miss. You really lost your shit for a moment there.
You're trying to get back at me, aren't you?
Well, I'm not the one who kept calling someone scaredy cat for years. How does it feel?
I'm not scared.
Really? Because it doesn't seem that way to me. At all.
I'm not, all right? I'm just... I just don't know what to do right now.
Immediately after, the moment passes, replaced by another tense silence. Laughter dies in her lips as everything sinks in. We're in deep shit, and it is finally caught up and hit us like a ton of bricks. Hit me more than anyone. Because she has been warning us of this since day one, and I'm the first person who brushed it off. Despite that, she still reaches out to me, tugging at my sleeve almost desperately. Her hands are trembling, and there's a tremor in her voice when she speaks. Without the chair, only fear remains. One that she's been burdened with from the beginning.
We're still going to do something about it, right?
You have enough experience from The Grudge.
Not just stand around and let that thing get us.
Unexpectedly, she leans her forehead against my arm, and her grip on my sleeve tightens. There's desperation in there, a quiet plea.
I don't want to lose anyone anymore, Ash.
I wish I could give her that promise, but with so many unknowns, so many things I don't understand about this one, how could I? Why she still trusts that I can do something about this baffles me. It all feels wholly undeserved considering the way I've treated her. Yet despite my reluctance, I find myself returning her hold in kind. A grasp, warm and light enough for comfort. Not a promise, but the closest thing to it. Oh god, I was gonna end it right here because it's the next day, but now there's creepy music and he's streaming. Ah, shit. Darkness blurs the edges of my vision. Black tendrils twist and coils around my limbs. Soft footfalls echo from the far distance, scurrying, scampering, moving in an odd rhythm with the sharp, piercing notes of her laughter. A scream threatens to burst, but my throat closes off. Ever so slowly, a chill seeps into every nerve of my body, washing away every sensation in me, apart from one. There's only fear. Once again, her laughter echoes, a sound both bitter and unforgiving. It's the last thing I hear before she reaches for me. The ground trembles. The world slows to a stop. Alright. That's where we are saving and calling it a day. And we will keep playing tomorrow. And I'm already looking forward to it. He's a ghost boyfriend, baby. I mean, that could be it. So we're gonna keep playing same time tomorrow. I can't promise that it's gonna be an equally long stream because I've been doing a lot of these really long streams with this game, and that's not normally what I do regularly. But we'll see. We'll definitely see. Good night, Ninja. I appreciate, again, I've said this a lot of times, but I appreciate all of you hanging out and watching, despite the fact that this is a very slow game, and there's a lot of reading and talking, and I'm very appreciative that you guys hang out.
Thanks for the stream. Have a great night. Twigger love.
Thank you for the bits. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate all of you. We're gonna find someone to raid for you guys. If you want to join for that, then please just hang out.
Friend.
Punchbog, thank you so much for subscribing. Resubscribing for 2 months. I'd really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That is very kind of you. What a great ending to the stream as well. Thank you so much. So, yeah, we're gonna raid someone if you want to join for that. That's entirely optional, of course. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your night. Thank you so much for hanging out, and good night, everyone.